Hi, everybody. Hi, Costas. Nice seeing you here. Tanya is here to join us. Some good to see familiar faces. And wait for a couple more minutes for people to come in. Okay, so looks like everyone from the waiting room is already in. Maybe we can get started and try and share. Right. Okay. Hi again, everybody. Thanks for joining me today in this workshop. I'll be talking about this new tool that I just released a couple of months ago. It's called Hibiscus. I'll just give you a short introduction to what I've been doing and what this Hibiscus is all about in a couple of slides. After that, I'll show you a demo of some of the things you can do with Hibiscus. One of the most difficult thing is to create a buggy font. So I can show you how to debug. So I think I have one or two fonts with deliberate bugs in there, and I'll show you how to identify them and fix them. Okay, a bit of myself. I've been building fonts from 1985. Since 1985 up to 2002, I was actually leading a dual life. I had a corporate life, and I used to work for companies like Sunda and Oracle, where I was doing product marketing. And then over the weekends or long holidays, I go do fonts. And then in 2002, I decided to quit this corporate stuff and do fonts full time. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Been doing this. It's going to be exactly 20 years in about 2 weeks' time since I did that. It's an enjoyable experience. The major breakthrough for me that actually made me realize that I made the right choice is when I got the opportunity to build fonts for Apple in 2004. 2004, there was no OpenType on my platforms, so I had to build the fonts with AAT technology. I'll tell you a little bit about what these are in a few slides from now. And there were no tools available for those the AAT technology. So I had to write a few of the tools myself. I'm also a developer. I'm a software engineer. I also write keyboards and input methods for all the various South Asian and Southeast Asian languages. Mac added OpenType later. Then I learned about OpenType and added that capability to the tools as well. And then about 2 years ago, I started cleaning up all these tools, bringing them up to speed for a purpose with the intention of making it into a product so that I can give it to you all and help people make better fonts, or at least error-free fonts. And when you build fonts for South Asian and Southeast Asian languages, the design aspect is one, and the engineering aspect is another. We can have a lovely, beautifully designed font, but because of some unforeseen errors, the font may not be usable. I had this experience when I first built those fonts in 2004. Actually, it was later than that. I built fonts for all the 9 official Indian scripts and 4 of the Indo-Chinese scripts, which is Khmer, Myanmar, Lao, and or Khmer, Myanmar, Lao. Yeah, those three scripts. I had lots of complaints from people, not so much in the form of the letters, but in the shaping. Saying that, hey, if you don't speak my language, don't do fonts for my language, and all those things that came from the native people. So all those experiences I put into this set of tools. I've got some very good reviews from people and a lot of wonderful feedback and assistance from other developers who have contributed to a great extent. We are now building, extending the tool to support very complex shaping with Khmer and other minority scripts in those regions. So that's a little bit of introduction on how this tool came about. It's free, it's open source, you can download it from the App Store. If you're a developer, you're welcome to download and compile it and play around with the code. I'm not sure how familiar you are with shaping. I'm sure if you're in this workshop, you probably are, but I just want to give you some introduction, very rough, a very high level introduction to what shaping is and why is it important. All Brahmic scripts, which are generally scripts of South Asia and Southeast Asia, they require text shaping to work. They are not like Chinese or most of Latin, where you can just put in the characters in the appropriate slot and the font works, but you need to do some shaping work. So in these fonts, the number of glyphs that are required in a font is usually greater than the number of characters that are defined in Unicode. For example, in Devanagari, the number of characters defined in Unicode are 160 only. That includes the extended Devanagari characters. But in a typical Devanagari script font, you will have more than 1,000 glyphs, depending on how intricate and how detailed you want that font to be. Some can even do it within 600 glyphs, but a decent font will probably have about 900 to 1,000 glyphs. And then you have one script that may support more than one language, like Devanagari and Bengali. Bengali, Assamese, Manipuri. Bengali supports a lot more languages than Bengali language. Devanagari is probably the most predominant language in India that is used to write many other languages besides Hindi and Marathi. And then you also have optional forms that you want to introduce, like historical ligatures, which are getting popular these days in India. I'm not sure about the situation in the north part of India, but in the southern part, people are getting more excited about using historical forms. So those are features that you can include in the font, and you want to make sure that they're working as intended. You can introduce stylistic sets, contextual alternates, especially when you're working on cursive style writing, etc. There's many, many more things we can do in the font once we get the basic shaping working. There are a couple of shaping engines. I'm only going to talk about two. The others are not so popular, and they are actually going out of use. The most popular and universal one is OpenType. Everybody has heard of this. If you're working on a South Asian or Brahmi-derived font, or even Latin for that matter, you will probably be using OpenType features too. OpenType to add some features to the font. It's universal. It's supported by all major platforms, including Apple, Windows definitely, because that's where it originated. All the apps, the major apps like Adobe, Android, they all support OpenType. There are 4 popular engines that render OpenType fonts: Cortex from Apple, Direct Write from Microsoft, WorldReady, and now it's Unified Text Engine from Adobe, which is based on HalfBuzz, which is used by Google and others. HalfBuzz is an open source, fantastic engine developed by the name doesn't come to my mind. Well, it's a very popular open source, very actively maintained engine. And then there is another shaping engine called Apple Advanced Typography, AAT, which is only supported by Cortex and HalfPass. AAT will not work on Windows. It certainly didn't work on Adobe applications, but now with the introduction of HalfPass, I'm not sure if the AAT support is still on or if they've turned it off. This is still in beta, so I haven't had the chance to test this feature yet. So that's generally, I'm just going to do one more slide to explain the difference between the two and explain to you how shaping works in both these environments. OpenType, in any shaping, there are four major tasks. You can group the shaping action to four major sub-actions. There's insertion, there's reordering, there's substitution, and there's positioning. In the OpenType engine, the insertion and reordering, which is the most complex of the shaping process, is done for you by the engine. So the engine understands the cluster model of the script or the language that you're working on, and it knows how to do the reordering. For example, if the matra needs to go to the left, and if it's a script that supports the matra on the left side, it will put the matra on the left side for you at a certain point in the shaping process, which I will talk about shortly. We'll cover this a bit more detail later. So engine does the heavy lifting. It's easier for us because we just need to do substitution and put the appropriate anchor points for the matras or the marks to be positioned on the base glyphs. All right, so a lot of the language or script specific rules are handled by the engine, and it leaves the font developer to focus only on the substitutions that needs to be performed. But AAT is a bit different. It expects you to do all of the work. It doesn't do anything at all. Well, it knows how to interpret and execute the state tables, but you have to do the insertion, reordering, substitution, positioning. All of the work is left to you. So it's difficult, it's tedious, but it's very flexible. I'll give you an example. This is a Tamil word, tondu, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, 3 base letters and 3 matras. In OpenType, the first base and the matra, you don't have to do anything at all. It will split the matra into 2 parts. It'll put the left on the left side of the base glyph and the right on the right side of the base glyph, and you don't have to do anything. The second letter is just positioning. You put the right marks, and that's the anchor point, and you include the GPOS table, which is mostly done by the font developer tools like Glyphs does it very beautifully. I'm sure FontLab does that too, because it's been some time since I used FontLab, but I'm sure it has mechanisms to handle automatic GPOS generation. And the last one is glyph substitution. When you see the ta and the u matra, you substitute with that glyph. So you only need to do one GPOS substitution and one positioning. The first one is done for you. But in AAT, you have to do all of this. You have to split the matra, you have to reorder it, put the left side on the left of ta, and all that stuff. So why do people still do AAT? Well, for OpenType, all the tools support it. Glyph supports it beautifully. It does a lot of automated work for you. If you want to build a basic font that meets all the required specification for certain glyphs, Glyphs does most of the work for you. You still have to do a bit of touch-up, but most of the work is done for you. And platform support. If you do something in OpenType, it's assured that it'll work properly according to the specification across all the platforms that are supported. Whereas AAT, it's useful for new scripts that are not yet supported on OpenType. Remember, I was telling you, OpenType takes care of all the rules, the script grammar that is required in terms of positioning and ordering. If those rules are not yet understood by the OpenType engine, then you are at a loss because it will not do the reordering for you. You can still do that in OpenType. Many people have done that, but it can be quite tedious. Then in those situations, it's a lot easier to do that in AT because you have full freedom to do the shaping yourself. And experiments, I like to do a lot of experiments in typeface design, especially in languages of South Asia and Southeast Asia. And I start off with AAT because I don't have to worry about how OpenType works. I just focus on the design first and then figure out how I'm going to do that in OpenType. Doing OpenType is a must. If you have to just learn one, just do OpenType. AAT is just, if you want to try some cool stuff. And if you enjoy writing state tables and code. Okay, so that's the introduction. That's to show you the difference between both the shaping engines. Now, Hibiscus, as I mentioned, it originally was written to debug and test AAT. So it still does it. You can still debug and test AAT. It reports differences between builds. If I have, I have clients whom I have to send a diff report every time I send an update or a bug fix. If I fix a bug in a shape or a form, I have to produce a report and send them, hey, this is what I fixed. This is what is different from the first version and this version. Hibiscus allows you to get those. You can get a screenshot that shows the difference beautifully. I'll show all this in the demo. Now, the most important part, in fact, some friends have come back and said this is what they have been waiting for a very long time. The most important goal of testing fonts with Hibiscus is to let the tool tell you what is required of the font that supports a particular script for a particular language. So if you're doing a Devanagari font that supports Hindi and Marathi, for example, or Nepali, let's say you want to do these three languages, you want a tool that tells you what needs to be in there for all these to work together. I couldn't find that tool. I mean, there were a lot of beautiful, excellent tools that I use, like OTM, that tells me what is in the font. My friend Nobel has done another beautiful tool that actually produces a HTML report of all the rules that are in, all the shaping features that are in the font. Even visually shows where the matras are being positioned on the base letters and all that. But how do I know if I have covered all the required combination of these glyphs to render text in that particular script in that particular language correctly or completely? I couldn't find that. So I built this, all this cluster data into Hibiscus, and you can actually inspect the font with all the various matras that can possibly go on a base glyph. I'll show you a demo after that. The other feature, the second last bullet, is tracing and shaping process. This is not really helpful with OpenType because OpenType is mostly done for you, and as long as you do the substitution in the respective feature list, your OpenType, you don't have to actually track, you don't have to trace and detect where you've gone wrong. But if you want to do something different, something more experimental, which I'll show you shortly in a font that I've worked on, this tracing the shaping process does work. The trace viewer of Hibiscus works beautifully for AAT, but for OpenType, you can still use it, but there are a lot more improvements that can be done. And I've been discussing with the HalfPass group. Behdad, the developer of HalfPass especially, has given some input as well. You also want to have a list of words, possible words for a selected language, and see how the font is rendered, or how the words are rendered in the font that you're developing, without even installing the font into the system, right? So Hibiscus does that for you. The libraries for the techies, it uses Cortex from the macOS. It's a macOS app. It uses HalfBus to show the differences Though Cortex and Half-Pass are both, they can both handle OpenType and AAT as well. But I'm not going to be talking about AAT anymore. I'll only talk about OpenType from going forwards. So even Cortex, although Cortex and Half-Pass can handle OpenType extremely well, there are differences. It could be a bug in the shaping engine, or it could be the way they handle the feature in the engine. And there's another great library called OTFCC, which I use to, unassemble and assemble OpenType fonts. The UI is based on Swift UI 2, and that is the reason why you need Big Sur to run. Unfortunately, Swift UI is not supported in older versions of macOS. That's unfortunate, but I'm sure this problem will go away when everybody upgrades to Big Sur. I'm trying to keep the next version with Big Sur. I'm not sure if I can. If there are some tempting new features, then I probably have to jump to the next version. You can download it from the Mac App Store. Just search for Hibiscus or GitHub. You can go to my website, hibiscus.com, and all the links are there. These are some references for those people who are new to OpenType. My friend Nobet and I did a workshop at Unicode conference on creating fonts for Brahmic script. It's an introduction to OpenType. There's a small section on AAT as well, which you can ignore if you don't want to. But that's a very good tutorial for you to follow. I also wrote a tutorial on creating AAT fonts for those who are interested. Okay, now the presentation is done. Let's go hands-on. Okay, I'm going to fire my Hibiscus tool and then share the screen. Let me go. Share. I have to share my entire desktop, so I have to make sure the clutter is. Oh, you can't see the clutter. Let me see if I hide this. Okay. Right. I'm going to open a new project. Okay, this is an empty Hibiscus window. You can see. You can open two fonts. You can go to File, Open, or simply drag and drop. So I'm going to drag one font and drop it. Okay, this is my font view that shows you all the glyphs in the font. Nothing fancy, nothing magical. It's just all the fonts that are in the font, all the glyphs that are in the font. Why do I need this? Because when I do an update to the font, I say I'm fixing 2 bugs. And when I send to my client, I want to produce a bug report that shows the differences or the changes that are made. I can either create a bug report myself or send my font, and my client will be able to load both the fonts into this tool and see for themselves what has changed. So I've got an older version of this. So again, if I drag and drop, it will treat that as a secondary, as a comparison font, and show the differences, right? You can see now there is a bug, there's a duplicate letters. You just go to another tab and come back, that'll disappear. That's a magic, all right? You can see that 2 letters are marked with a red box. I mean, there's a mismatch between the 2 fonts. This is light.ttf, this is light1.ttf. You can double click on that and it'll show you what has changed. So there's a width mismatch. You can do more. I'll show you later. I'm just going through, warming up a little bit, right? And then if I look at this, there's a glyph mismatch. You can actually see the differences in the glyph. The original one is blue. Sorry, the original one is red. The changed one is in blue. And you can see that mismatch. So I can actually get a screenshot of this and include my report, or my client can just look at it and see for themselves. Now I can also see, show Unicode glyphs only, only glyphs with Unicode code points. I can choose not to compare glyph outlines, especially when I'm dealing with a font with a very large glyph repertoire. It takes a long time to do the diff reports. So you can turn that off, right? Or you can also just see the differences only. If there are a lot of changes you have made, you only want to see the glyphs that you have changed, you can show differences only. So as I said, nothing fancy, it's just to show you what glyphs are in the font and show differences when you update your fonts. What's most interesting in this tool is the cluster view, right? I can choose a script. It will automatically pick the languages that are supported by the script from the OpenType table. Sorry, it will automatically pick the scripts that are supported by the font from the OpenType table. And the languages are actually picked up using a Cortex query. So it's macOS that tells me that this font supports Tamil only. So although I have Devanagari glyphs in the font, I've not coded anything in Devanagari. So it says, hey, your font doesn't really support Devanagari, it's just Tamil, right? I'll show more fonts later on. So I just want to go through a simple example because Tamil is one of the simplest among the languages. So it's easy for us to navigate. So these are the bases. I've got all the vowels. So if any of my glyph, any of this box has a square, has a tofu, like a box, it means that glyph is required, but it's missing. This is what I mean by the tool telling you what is required to support that script. I've been a good designer, so I've put in all the required vowels in the font. Likewise, I can look at consonants, and all the required consonants are in the font. Let me go back and turn off the second comparison font since you already know what it is. Otherwise, it just slows down the process. All right, so I've got my consonants. All my consonants are in. All my required consonants are in. That's why I chose this, because it's a very small set. Tamil also requires a couple of granta consonants, right? This is a conjunct, the granta conjunct. Tamil actually doesn't do conjuncts except for this one granta conjunct glyph. So it's there. And you see there are two Sris. You must have these two because one is the legacy and one is the new. So Unicode now says you keep both, one for backward compatibility and one for the new sequence that renders this letter. So that information is already in there. So I've seen some fonts that forgets the old one. And when you see some old text with the font, you won't see this conjunct formation. You will see the decomposed form. So here's one way of verifying that your font meets this requirement. Other basis is if you want to specifically test a particular combination of consonants. For example, you may be working on a cursive typeface and two letters always appear joined. You can actually edit other bases and put your sequence of letters there. I'm not going to go through all that yet, but you can figure that out. Now, Tamil doesn't do subconsonants, so there are none. Now I can go back to my consonants and then apply any of the vowel sign, any of the matra to the base letter, and see that the shaping is happening correctly. So I've got the R matra, right? That's simple. I've got the E matra. I have a problem because I actually had a different E matra for per. I'm pronouncing the way the Devanagari people pronounce. It's actually pa in Tamil, ya, nga, and va. Right? I had a different. We'll fix that later. As I said, I had to create a buggy font to demonstrate some features. Likewise, the E matra, the U matra, right? See the granta, the U matras don't, change the shape of the base letter. They are actually separate matras that are actually attached to the right of the letter. The long U matra, right? A matra should be on the left. They're all appearing on the left. This work is actually done for you by OpenType. We don't have to do anything. We just need to verify that they are sitting in there. If they are not, then there's something wrong. Either the Unicode character is missing, or the glyph is not defined properly. That could be some of the bug that we can detect. Likewise, the long A matra, the I matra also goes to the left. The split matra that goes on both sides. You see this in all South Indian languages or scripts, as well as Bengali and Oriya. They all have split matras like this, right? and the puli, the virama, that sits exactly on top of the base letter. So this looks like, the clusters are all very well defined. Now let's look at words. This gives you a list of words. Hibiscus includes, on an average, about 100,000 words for each language. So if it's Devanagari, it has got 4 sets of 100,000 words. It's got 100,000 Hindi words, 100,000 Marathi words, 100,000 Nepali words, and 100,000 Sanskrit words. We can add more if you're going to. I think we also have I'll show you Devanagari in a short while, then I can show you all the different. I think we also have Konkani, Maithili, some of the minority scripts that are using Devanagari. We may not have 100,000 for all languages, but all the popular languages where we can get word lists from various sources, particularly Wikimedia or Wikipedia, we've included those. Now you can search for words. For example, I wanted to check if my contextual e-matra for the pa is actually for all the pas or for some. Then I can just say, change my keyboard to pa, and then e, and I want to see all words that contain the string p. So all these words contain the pa string with the e-matra. Looks like, yeah, I have the problem with all the pa with the e-matra. Or I can look at words that contain any letter in the string. So as long as it contains a pa, this seems to be a bug. I have to go back and come back. Okay, as long as it has got a pa and a e matra, it should show up. Yeah, can you see all of this is pa, e, g, even without p is not showing. Let me see, contain any Unicode in the string. You can see that there's no pa, but there's a e matra, so it picks up that letter. So you can look at all these combinations. It contains only those Unicodes in the string, and it will not it doesn't contain any other letter but only these 2 Unicode characters. Then there's only one word called PP, right? Start with P, right? You want to see how this letter or this base plus matra appears in the beginning of a word. Very useful when you want to test Bengali, because it has got initial form for the a matra. It ends with a string. You can see how the letter appears, or the combination of the letter appears at the end of the word. And if you're a techie, and this is a request from another friend of mine from Sovichat from Cambodia, you can actually type in your own regex to pick up whatever you want, right? So that's the word. Then you have numbers. These are Tamil numbers. Of course, Tamils don't use Tamil numbers anymore, but as I said, there's a trend. People are trying to go back and bring this back into usage, and they keep asking me, hey, does your font have this? Yeah, of course, all my fonts have these numbers, irrespective of whether they want to use it or not. I can go up to 4 numbers, 5 digits, or 6 digits, right? Tamil uses ASCII digits. I mean, the Arabic Roman numbers don't use these numbers by default. So I can say switch to ASCII numbers, and I can display it. It looked like I have not done my ASCII numbers in this font yet, unfortunately. So I can't see that. I'll show you another font. I'm going to open a new document, and see I can run multiple windows of Hibiscus and debug 2 fonts at the same time. I'm going to bring this font, a favorite of mine. This is a dual language. This includes 3 scripts: Latin, Devanagari, and Tamil. It's got 1,770 glyphs in the font. So when I go to numbers, I can look at Devanagari, the default language. This is the Devanagari numbers for this language. I can look at Marathi. Of course, Marathi, Hindi, there's no change. But if I choose Nepali, I can see that the figures are using Nepali digits. I can show ASCII if I want to. I can even show 5 digits if I want, or 6 digits. I can show the 1000 mark and the lakh mark. We don't use lakh in Malaysia. I'm from Malaysia, by the way. I don't use lakh, but you know, when you're doing fonts for Indian languages, you can't run away from this. So you can look at this and see how your numbers work. Now let me go back to words on this Devanagari, this script. Now, since it's a multiple script font, I can choose Tamil. It gives me, see, if I choose Tamil and choose a Nepali language, it doesn't understand. Hey, I don't have database for Nepali written in Tamil script. So I choose the default, then it shows me the Tamil fonts. I can choose Devanagari and then choose default, which goes to Hindi. It shows the default language at the bottom. I can choose Marathi. Let's look at some word that has the la, which is different in Hindi and Marathi, right? Okay, I just choose, oh, these are the, if I choose a Marathi language, I can see the Marathi la, and if I choose the default, which is Hindi, you can see the la changing to Hindi. Likewise, the sh, whatever the language that you choose, you will choose the glyphs based on the feature set that you have provided. Now, this font is buggy. You can see that the A matra is not sitting right on top of the ka. The ref is not working properly. So we're going to trace those things. All right. Maybe I want to stop for a minute and see if there are any burning questions before I talk about the next tool and get some water. Any questions so far? Cool. So everybody understands perfectly well. Either the tool is so easy. Okay, I'll just assume that. Now let's go fix a few things. All right. Let me pick the cur. All right, this one doesn't have the. I can double click on it on any cell in any of the tabs. I will get the bigger picture of that. I can see that there is a problem because this matra is supposed to sit on top of this stem in the middle. It's not sitting. And then I have this problem here. All right. The ra and virama should become a ref. So it's not happening there. I think I also have a couple more other problems, particularly I'm not sure where that. Okay, ka and ta deva. Let me look at ka. Okay, you see this? There's a problem here because this e matra should cover this, supposed to be a conjunct or the half form and a base letter. In the e matra must cover up to this stem, but it's not. It's stopping at this place. Now I want to look at this a bit more detail before I open up another tool. There is a feature here called, hey, hang on, color glyphs. All right. It will show, and I'll go back to words. Color glyphs is not working here correctly. If I look at, okay, going back to cluster, if I look at all the consonants, here are the single consonants, and I look at two-part conjuncts, it's a long list, right? 2,500 of them, because it's all possible two-part conjuncts. And if I look at the, I remember doing a single glyph for this, right? I remember doing a single glyph, but it's not happening. It's showing two glyphs. So there is something wrong there, right? I need to go fix that. Now, another way of looking at the detail is using what you call the string viewer. Let me pick up words so it's easier to see. All right, and look at Kata and the Imatra just now. Where was that? Oh, this one. And it's another tool called string viewer. It came up. All right, I hope you all can see this. All right, this is another tool, string viewer, and I click on that. It brought up the string that I want to test. It loaded the font for me. I can also load a second font to compare, which I'll show you later. I want this to be the Devanagari script and default. Let me just make the font a bit, the size a bit bigger. Now, these two are in different colors, which means this did not form a conjunct. So it took a half form of ka and a full form of ta. And the E matra, the engine thought that, hey, this actually belongs to just this base glyph. So it substituted this E matra for me. Even this is not correct because there is no situation where there will be an E matra before the k, that's before the t. This was supposed to be a conjunct, all right? You can actually look at the individual names of the glyphs. And you can see, I have a joiner and all that in between. That's a bit complex. I'll show that later. But what for our purpose now, it's just enough to note that this shaping did not happen, or this conjunct formation did not happen. Let's go fix that. But before we do that, let me show you a bit more about what you can do with String Viewer. You can actually show the matrix lines. I want to hide the comparison font since we're doing just one font. I can look at the matrix line. I can look at underline position. I can look at the bounding boxes. This even further confirms that this is a single glyph. I can look at the anchor points, and you see that there is no anchor point appearing on top of k, right, or the half form of k. I can not show this list in color, but this is not working. This is for a future feature. Okay, so let's go fix this first. I'm going to bring up glyphs. I did this in version 2 of glyphs and look at features. There you go. I actually had to create this bug. So ka, the half form of ka and ta is not forming a conjunct ka deva. So I just uncomment that, compile it, and export this font again. All right, I have the font already. Okay, here's another bug. By right, there should be a reload button. It should detect that the font has changed, but somehow that's not happening. I'm not sure if it's an OS bug. Well, it'll be fixed in the future. There will be a reload button. So for now, I'm just going to remove this and bring back the newly generated font. The string remains. Now you can see that it has actually substituted the correct E matra because the conjunct is now formed and it's a single glyph because it's in one color. Now I'm going to show you another bug. When I was telling you about the differences between shaping engines, although this is OpenType, Cortex supports OpenType, Half-Bus supports OpenType, so OpenType should be OpenType. So whatever works in Cortex should work in Half-Bus, should work on Direct Write, should work on the new engine or the World Composer of Adobe. Unfortunately, that's not the case all the time. Now you see, I'm doing something funny here. This is supposed to be a handwritten font. This font is available in macOS, by the way. You can go look for it. It's called Anne. You go to your font book and look for Anne. You can download it. You can do Tamil, you can do Hindi, Marathi, Nepali, and all of Latin. Okay, so you see there's a blob at the beginning and end of the word. In between, there's another thing I call this the Rekha joiner. Right, that's to fill up the gap. I wanted. There's a lot of reason why I did the gap, but there's a newer version of another font that I'm working. I could do it without the gap, but this was many years ago. It was first done on AAT, so I had all these things to fix all the holes in between. It works beautifully on Cortex, right? Now let me change the shaping engine to Half-Bus. Now this is another great feature that people liked because you can actually test the string across 2 shaping engines without having to switch applications. So I'm going to test this in Half-Bus. Bingo, there's something broke. Let me take off the bounding box. Let me take off the anchors. All right. And you can see that something is broken. All right. This is not supposed to be here. This is supposed to be a joiner, not the right blob. Cortex is shaping it properly. Half-pass is not. It's the same font. It's the same shaping rule. Something is missing. So let's go back to the font. You know, I know what the bug is because I created the bug. So I'll go ahead and tell you what it is. Now, initially, I was testing. Okay. Where am I? Okay. I was testing the feature using contextual alternates, right? Contextual alternate works by default in Cortex. So macOS renders it beautifully because this is the substitution rule that introduces the blobs. I'm not going to go deep into this. If you want, this will probably require a couple more workshops about Devanagari shaping or open type shaping. But assuming that you're doing something like that, and here's where I add my blobs. And I put them under contextual alternate feature, which works nicely on Cortex, but it's not working on half-pass. The reason is, I think this is optional for certain scripts in half-pass. That's just my guess. But let's not go discuss that. But I'm just going to disable this and move that to required linkages, which is our link feature. So I'm going to enable this. It's the same one. I copied this and kept it there so to save time. So I'm moving exactly the same lookups into our link feature from the contextual alternate feature. So I turned it off and put it into our link. All right. Now, if I export the font, all right. Again, there should be a reload. It's not happening, so I just manually do the reload. And now this is working on half-pass. This is also working on Cortex. Now, if I had an earlier version of the font that is already working, I could drag that and drop it here again, and it will do the comparison. And I mean, now that I've fixed both, it will not show me the difference, but just to demonstrate it to you, I can drag and drop the same thing, another font here. It will show the difference. It will compare both the fonts and show you the difference. In this case, both are rendering correctly. I can render one in Cortex and render another one in half-pass, and they are rendering correctly. So you see that both engines are rendering this particular lookup correctly for you. This feature will not work on direct write because the R-Link feature is not supported on Windows on direct write. That's unfortunate, which means you can't use this font on Microsoft Word, even on macOS. That's another thing we need to chase and have them implement this as soon as possible. Okay, now that I've done two demos, I'm going to look at the other one. We had a problem with Kerr with the top matra, right? See, that's not supposed to be there. That's not, both these matras or the signs should sit right on top of the vertical stem. So let me go see what's happening there. Now this is Kerr. Yeah, the anchor points are missing. I've actually copied them and pasted them in the background. Put them back. Export, and that should fix it. It's very easy. I mean, you can fix this even in glyphs or other font tools that you're using. But in case you're using a font tool that doesn't support viewing of this matra positions, you can look at it there. Or sometimes you will not see this, you know, unless you view it in a tool that actually tells you that this has to be there. You will not notice it. So that's what Hibiscus tells you. This is supposed to be there. It's not, and you can see that it's not there, and you fix it. You fix that and bring it back. Oops, sorry. Yeah, that fixes it. let me take off this one so you actually see the form that we just fixed it. Okay, so like that. Now if I look at my anchor points, I can see there is an anchor point below the sign and above the curve. Where the anchor points match, you see a darker plus. Where there are no glyphs, you will see a lighter plus. So there is an anchor point here, but there are no anchor points. If I type a K and say a U-matra, I can see this anchor point. Now, before I type the U-matra, this is light. Type the U-matra, becomes dark. So it means anchor points are matching. Okay. So that's about GSUB and GPOS. I just gave you some very brief, very simple demos. You can actually fix a lot more complex issues than this. Now, there's another tool that I want to show you. Let's say I want, remember the ref was not working. So before I talk about the ref, the Waqar also has a problem, introduced a bug in there. So let me type the word patra. I'm not sure if I'm spelling it correctly. All right. Now, if you look on top, you see the p and the t and r, they have formed a conjunct. But here it is not. It's in half form. This is not desired. You want the conjunct to form, right? Again, we go back and we fix it. And if you type a E matra, you see that it's actually because the virama is eaten up. This has become a half form. It doesn't do across the half form, so it goes across this. Though the E matra is correctly substituted, but this is not the correct E matra, and this is not the correct content formation. Again, sorry, this is not it. This is it. Again, I have fixed it in the CJ. I think it's in conjunct. Oh no, it's in Waqar forms. I had actually disabled it. So I compile it again and export. Yeah. That fixed it. Now I'm going to try the ref. I'm going to type the other word, parta. Okay. Now look at this. Here, I got this correctly in the text box on top, but this ref did not form. I'm going to show you. I mean, you know how to fix this problem. You can I just disabled the ref, so you can go fix it. But I want to show you another tool called the trace viewer. Here's a trace viewer. It has loaded up the font. It has also loaded up the string. And it's showing you how this, it's giving you a trace of how the shaping actually happens. The rows that are lighter gray are done by the system, and it's using this. It's showing you the characters in the system font. See, these are before the shaping process, so it's showing you the Unicode character of the string. Right now, the reordering is happening here. It's not reordering the ref because you did not do a ref substitution. You did not create a ref, so it did not do that. And that's the reason why the ref did not go after the t. Right? You can see that. And at last, I mean, no substitutions are happening here. I don't want to show a full trace now. I only show when things happen, when interesting things happen. You can see where the blobs are getting introduced, where the blobs are substituted, and then where it's formed. There's still some bugs here that I need to work on, and I'm still trying to pull information from Halfbus. What's missing here? It shows you the lookup number. For us, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, lookup 84. What do I know? Is lookup 84 under? Which feature is lookup 84 under? These are things that I'm working on with the Halfbus team, and try to see if I can pull that information and show you that, hey, this is supposed to happen in the ref feature, is not happening, or this is supposed to happen in the pre-base, post-base, whatever feature that the substitution is supposed to happen. Again, I said this is meant for more advanced people who want to look at trace of what's happening. For me, this was very useful to fix all my blob bugs. And this is, I did that in AAT first because AAT, the trace would make perfect sense because you know which table the lookup is getting executed. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that. You can experiment with it. Send me feedback. Let me know what you like to see here. I'll be happy to do this. You can't do trace with Cortex. You can only do trace with half-pass because the feedback is not available from Cortex when it does the shaping. Okay, I think I pretty much finished what I wanted to show you. Just one more thing, you can actually bring up another instance of trace viewer or string viewer if you want to compare this with another string. You can just drag that string. See, we have fixed this bug. Let's see whether it fixes it here. Drop it over here, and you see that it's actually fixed. All right. You have two instances of string viewer that you can actually compare. All right. So that's the demo of Hibiscus for you. We have a couple more minutes. Actually, we can go on. The organizers say we can go on, just that the live stream will get cut off. But we can discuss if you have any questions. I'll be very happy to take this. All right, open for questions. Yes. You need to unmute your, okay, yeah.
Hi, Muthu.
Hi.
I think Priya had a question posted on the chat.
Oh,
first,
okay.
So if you can answer that.
Let me look at that. Chat.
Hi, Muthu, I'm here.
Yeah, hi, Priya. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you, it's not related to hibiscus. Why do you want the conjoints to form? Why can't they be half forms? Is it only for—
it's a very, excellent question. Like what I said, beautiful question. Like what I said, this was done, this font
Hi, thank you for joining my presentation. My name is Annisa Luthfiasari. You can call me Ninis. I'm a graphic designer based in Bandung, Indonesia. In this opportunity, I'd like to share my thesis project I did in 2020 when getting my master's degree in Bandung Institute of Technology. In my thesis project, I tried to experiment by taking an intangible form of culture, which is Gamelan Sunda, a traditional music performance, as the source of inspiration for designing a typography work. So the main idea about my project is coming from my interest in exploring the visual aspect of letter forms. There is no doubt that letters convey meaning not only textually, but also by their visual appearance. With that in mind, I wanted to explore how far letters can adopt an identity, especially something that intangible like music. Furthermore, I also want to try a different approach to designing a typeface, because as a type designer, usually we took inspiration from the thing that we see. But what if we take some inspiration from something that we hear? Maybe from a sound, from a beautifully arranged sound like gamelan. Then it leads to the idea of hearing type and seeing sound as the core of experimentation. About gamelan. Gamelan is a traditional music ensemble of Indonesia made up predominantly of percussive instruments. It consists of at least 11 musical instruments. And there are 3 types of gamelan in Indonesia, but in this thesis project, I specifically focus in Gamelan Sunda, which comes from West Java. Although the popularity of gamelan has declined nowadays, gamelan is still commonly played in many traditional ceremonies and other modern activities in Indonesia. At the beginning of the project, I felt a bit of struggle to find the right approach to translate the musical characteristic into a visual form. But after some research and consultation with my lecturer, Ms. Naomi Haswanto and Mr. Intan Rizky Mutias, I found out that semiotic would be the best to adapt to each other's values. Despite all of the differences in gamelan and typography, they have something in common as well. Both of them are forms of communication and they have stories to tell. So to be translated to each other, I put them in the same position as a form of language. And then the semiotic analysis begins. On the gamelan side, after some research and discussion with gamelan expert, which is Dr. Lily Suparli, I come up with something called the musical variable aspect, which consists of components that would be the best representing gamelan Sunda characteristics. It has 3 components, which are: the first is technical aspect. This is the thing that are involved in the production stage. And the second one is sound characteristic. It consists of duration or interval, pitch, and timbre. The last one is aesthetic aspect. It consists of philosophic meaning, cultural belief, and values. As for the typefaces side, there is something called the distinctive features of a letter, which is also part of semiotic theory on typography. Simply said, it is the feature of letters that have the possibility to convey meaning. You can see that it consists of 7 components. As I mentioned before, gamelan Sunda consists of at least 11 musical instruments. However, it is divided into 3 groups based on its function and characteristic. So, I will make my analysis and fonts based on this classification as well. The first is pamurba lagu. These are the instruments that gives melody to the ensemble and as the representative of the human voice. The most common instrument that belongs in this group is Arbaab, gambang, and suling. The second one is laraga gending. These instruments give structure to the melody of the song. It is played under a strict notation and hits same rhythm to produce a unique sound altogether. Laraga gending consists of 2 types of instruments. The first is wilah, which is the instrument with some short bars aligned, and the second one is peculon, which is an instrument with rounded shaped molds. The last one is Ancaran Wirahma. It consists of 3 sets of kendang, like a traditional version of a drum. Kendang gives rhythm to the song and guide other instruments' bass. And here's a simple demonstration of how I translate the musical character of Gamelan Sunda into a visual form of letter forms. So first, I listed all of the musical variable aspects of Gamelan Sunda based on the groups, and those aspects are then explored in the decode and encode process, where the musical aspects are reckoned as a signifier and then translated into a signified and then shown as an object, which is the distinctive feature of a letter. Those distinctive features then become the system of the font that I'm going to make. So I made this table to translate all of the sound characteristics. And finally, I came up with this data as the base for the font. As you can see, it might seem too many attributes for one font, but thankfully there's a magical tool called variable fonts. It is really exciting about the unlimited possibility that variable fonts offer. Moreover, I also took this thesis project as a chance to try and learn about this latest font technology. And after some trial and error, I finally made 3 variable fonts based on the character of Gamelan Sunda musical instruments. This is the first one, which is Aksara Pamurba Lagu. It is a variable font that reflects the character of Gambang and Arbaab as the melodic instruments of Gamelan Sunda. This is the anatomy. It has feminine character, dynamic lines, and a slightly slanted axis. It consists of 8 masters. This font has 3 axes. The first is curvature. We can see that there is a rounded and angular version. The rounded one is to represent Gambang, which has more round and soft sound characteristic. However, the angular one represents Arbaab, which has more frilly sound characteristic. And there is also weight axis. You can see the font from the lightest to the boldest form. And lastly, there is connectivity axis. It is shown that the font can be connected like a script or not. It is to represent the interval of the sound in the Arbaab and Gambang. And here are the instances. The second font is Aksara Raga Gending. It's a variable font inspired by the character of Pecelon and Wilah as the rhythmical instrument of Gamelan Sunda. And this is the anatomy. It's a display slab serif font with an upright and sturdy structure. It has some variation on the serif to diverse the angular and rounded axis. It also has an external disconnection feature on the angular axis. It consists of 8 masters. This font has 4 axes. The first one is width, which is condensed to expanded. The second one is crossbar. There is a downwards and upwards crossbar variation. The third one is weight. You can see the font in the lightest to the boldest form. And lastly, curvature. There is an angular axis to represent the sound characteristic of Wilah, which is more harsh, loud, and shrilly. And the rounded axis is to represent Pecelon, which has a more soft and round sound characteristic. And here are the instances. The last font is Aksara Ancaran Wirahma, a sans serif variable font inspired by the musical character of kendang. With its bold and pronounced sound, kendang is used as the ruler that controls the musical arrangement in Gamelan Sunda. This is the font anatomy. It's a display sans serif font with sturdy and strong builds. There's also some variation on the curvature axis. I played with the shape that overlap the baseline to represent the dynamics of kendang sound, and it consists of 8 masters. This font has 4 axes. The first one is width, which is condensed to expanded. The second one is crossbar. There's a downwards and upwards crossbar variation. The third one is weight. You can see the font in the lightest to the boldest form. And lastly, curvature. There is an angular axis to represent the dynamic of kendang sound. It has sharper and bent shapes. And here's the instances. After all of the font was finished, I continue my thesis project into a kinetic typography exploration. As a time-based media, it feels like there are more things to do in regards to the connection of Gamelan Sunda and typography. So I looked into how the Gamelan Sunda instruments are played, and I found that there are certain rules and patterns for each other group of the instruments as it mentioned in this table. At this stage of analysis, I want to determine how the musical character of Gamelan Sunda is adapted into the principle of behavior of the letters, especially in the terms of the letter's position to the baseline and the composition on the screen. In Ancaran Wirahma Waditra, it is known that the Waditra playing patterns tend to be firm but still have dynamic and free elements. Sometimes the sounds are played simultaneously, alternately, or even overlapping. Therefore, Ancaran Wirahma instruments can be described with an uneven baseline, letters that move freely but still with stiff and stomping movements. Furthermore, in Raraga Gending instruments, based on its rigid and tidy patterns, the movement in its kinetic typography term would be described with a flat baseline and stable letter motion. While in Pamurbalagu instrument, the playing technique is very dynamic, flexible, and free, so the kinetic typography term Waditra Pamurbalagu will be depicted with a curved baseline and flexible movements. Moreover, every group has its playing technique which will be represented as visual rhythmic beats when the visual appears accordingly with the audio beats. In this kinetic typography exploration, I have 3 stages of experiment. In the first stage, I try to map the playing technique of each instrument into visuals to create patterns of the movement. This is for Pamurbalagu. This is for Raraga Gending. And this is for Ancaran Wirahma. Then in stage 2 of experiment, I made those patterns that I made in the previous stage into simple moving posters like this. And finally, on the final stage of experiment, I made 3 simple kinetic typography works based on the Sundanese proverbs as shown on this slide. I learned a lot in the whole process of this thesis project. In fact, this is my first attempt to make a variable font and kinetic typography. I literally learned it from scratch, but I think the highlight of my research is to find the connection between structure of the Gamelan Sunda with the visual semiotic theory that leads to the design of kinetic typography works. In Gamelan, there are 3 major aspects that build the aesthetic of Gamelan Sunda. It's Wirahga, Wirahma, and Wirasa, which is in sync with the aspect of visual semiotic, which is pragmatic, syntax, and semantic. Between Wirahga and pragmatics, Gamelan and letter forms are visible, physical, and technical. This is manifested in the design of variable font that adapts the sound characteristic of the Gamelan Sunda instrument through the distinctive features of the letter. Between Wirahma and syntax, there is a relationship between the rhythm of Gamelan Sunda with the moving elements of kinetic typography. Wirahma, as the system of or pattern of Gamelan Sunda, is the one that binds the elements in the movement of letters in the kinetic typography design that produces visual rhythmic beats. Between Virasa and Semantic, the musical elements of Gamelan Sunda and Kinetic typography are seen as something that contains meaning. The adaptation of Gamelan Sunda musical elements into the variable font experiment and Kinetic typography was carried out to produce typography works that contain Sundanese elements and character. All in all, the type on-screen subject is something that is really interesting to be explored. With all of the fancy technologies available today, and with its possible advancement in the future, the type on-screen subject like kinetic typography and variable font is an unlimited playground to experiment with. I hope this project can be inspiring others to experiment more with the connection between sounds and visual, and also broaden the design approach in type design. So, thank you for joining my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Bye!
Hi, I am Bivuti Chakma. Jojo Bekonore. Good morning to everyone. This is my Chakma script. Handwriting to digitization. This is my topic. I am Bivuti Chakma, Chakma font designer and keyboard layout creator. Date of birth 15 June 1980. I am from Bangladesh, Rangamati. This is our Chakma script. It is our handwriting style, and this is our digitization style. This is called Ojapat, Chuchengeha, Gojengeha, etc. This presentation walked through the process of how to advance the Chakma script in modern technology within very short time, and slowly implementation over the globe, increasing the user online and connect with the social media like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. and cover the whole Chakma community over the world. Chakma script. The Chakma script, Ojaphat, also called Ojaphat, Ojaphat, is an Abugida used for the Chakma language. History. The Chakma language is an Abugida that belongs to the Brahmic script. Chakma evolved from the Burmese script, which was ultimately derived from Pallava. This script, along with the Chakma language, has been introduced to the non-government school in Bangladesh as well as the school in Mizoram, India. Structure. Chakma script is of the Brahmic type. The consonant letter contain an inherent vowels. Usually for Brahmic script, the inherent vowel in Chakma is a long long and opposed to the short which is extant in most other languages of India such as Hindi, Marathi and Tamil. Consonant cluster are written with conjunct characters, and a visible vowel killer shows the deletion of the inherent vowel when here is no conjunct. Chakma script is Chakma Ojaphat. Script type Abugida. Direction left to right. Languages, Chakma language. Parent system Indo-Arabian shows in the screen. Unicode. Chakma Unicode block. Chakma script was added to the Unicode standard in January 2012 with the release of version 6.1. The Unicode block for Chakma script is U+11100 to U+1114F. This is the Chakma script chart, Unicode block. Chakma script in detail. Chakma Orok. Consonant 34, independent vowel 4, barrier sign 3, dependent vowel sign 14, barrier sign 2, punctuation 4, Chakma digit 10. Barrier sign 3, I want to say in my Chakma language, Chakma sign Chandrabindu, Sanfudo, Akfudo, Difudo, independent vowel 4, Fitfuzu A, Bochi U, Delbange, sorry, Bochiu, Lajubue. Consonant 34, Suchengeha, Gujongeha, Sandega, Tindalega, Silemonga, Didalesa, Mozurasa, Difodolaza, Urouriza, Silechenia, Diadatta, Fudadiatta, Adumangata, Lajborada, Fetuana, Gongodatta, Jongodatta. Failefa, Ubor Fedafa, Ubor Muaba, Sedaleba, Bogotpodalama, Simojia, Zileza, Didajera, Tolmuala, Bazonyewa, Budibukesa, Urmua, Fetfadala, Fetkabawa. Defendant vowel sign 14, Ubortulye, Bani die, Bani Fudo die, Ektan, Ditan, Abazede, Delbangi de, Ubortuli, Wabazede, Ubortuli, Wawaze Fudo de, Delbange Ubortuli, Wabaze de, Waze Fudo de, Del dia, Dia diga dede. Very assigned 2. This is the Chakma Biram. And this is Chakma Majja. Majja is the vowel killer. And Birama is the using for cluster conjunct letters. Punctuation 4. Chakma section mark. Full sinno. Chakma danda. Chakma double danda and question mark. Chakma digit. Ek. Shunyo ek di tin ser fast soy sat aito no. I would like to talk to you about the Chakma script handwriting to digitization and how it advanced to become digital, revived from being endangered, connected with social media, messaging platform and YouTube. Since I was born, I have found that my script has been very neglected. If the script is lost, then we will disappear one day. This script need to be protected. To protect my script, I made it digital, starting with creating a font. The font name is Uni. It now works well in modern technology on computer, internet and smartphone. Then I had to create a Chakma keyboard layout. It was upgraded with the help of the Keyman team. This keyboard name is EG Chakma keyboard and it support iPhone and iPad, Linux, macOS, Android, Windows, mobile web and webs. In May 2018, Facebook added our Chakma script. Google Gboard apps added my keyboard layout on Android in September 2019. We added a virtual keyboard, Chakma converter and some resources for Chakma script. I have published my activities in a book form. This is my second book. Content of the presentation: celebrating indigenous language on Google Earth and listen Chakma voices, developing Chakma keyboard and font for PCs, smartphone and web, creating Chakma language converter ASCII to Unicode online, Chakma language connect with social media like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. To digitize, revitalize, promote and preserve Chakma language from endangered position, working on CLDR project for Chakma code data and number format, spelling out rules in Chakma, developing Chakma language transliteration and transcription system, enrich and gathering Chakma language Wikipedia incubator, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Chakma translated by myself, showing my 3 book, Chakma language developing in technology, recommendation to quickly implementation Chakma language in modern technology over the globe. We need to the following item: tools, equipment, manpower, financial capability, increase user community. This is my picture when I was working for my font and keyboard layout. Before Unicode, this is the Chakma handwriting style. Before Unicode, the Chakma script complex word doesn't support in the MS Word, Microsoft. This handwriting style, this is shows question mark. After Unicode, the word complex word is good rendering in MS Word. This is Pritimi. It's mean by wall. Celebrating indigenous language on Google Earth and listen Chakma voices. In Bangladesh crowded linguistic scene, it was not until 2017 that Chakma became officially recognized at the pre-primary level and taught in school up to the primary level. and more than 500,000 of native speakers learn it at home. Some of Chakma children are now able to learn the Chakma language at school. I'm the part of the grassroots effort to digitize the language and endangered script for use across social media, messaging platform, and YouTube to help young people expand their literacy. I'm proud of my works, especially because it connects the Chakma diaspora across India, Myanmar, the US, and other countries. Here is my location. I'm the Bivuti Chakma Suz Moriz from Bangladesh. Developing Chakma keyboard and font for PCs, smartphone, and web. When we talking in Messenger, this is the Google Gboard on the Android. This is the Chakma keyboard on Keyman, EG Chakma keyboard. This is the converter. Is also the keyboard layout on Android Gboard in Messenger Facebook. Creating Chakma language converter. This is the converter, old Chakma font data, then is convert into the Unicode text. Chakma language connect with social media like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram. This is my Facebook ID, Bivuti Chakma Jal, Mabaj Hojpana, Hoda Homhoi Hambaz Gorana. This is the mother the language loves and hard working for the language. This is my Twitter's account, Bivuti Chakma. To digitize, revitalize, promote, and preserve Chakma language from endangered position. This is the Facebook Messenger. We write in our language, and this is my LinkedIn account. Working on CLDR project for Chakma core data and number spelling out rule in Chakma. This is the code data in Chakma language and the number spelling out format rule. When I was working on George Roten, who is working at Apple's. Developing Chakma language translation and transcription system detail is I'm on the Lianghai. We are updating this Chakma native letter name in the online system. This is our UTN resource. Enrich and gathering Chakma language Wikipedia. This is the Wikipedia incubator. Chakma main page. This is our articles, few articles. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Chakma, translated by me. This is the declaration article. Who helped me? This is Sasha browser, which is from Switzerland. May 3, 2017. Showing my 3 books. This is my first book. And this is my second book. Here is in the detail. My book I uploaded in Google Drive, first book and second book. Already published these 2 books. This is my third book, which is not published yet. I need to help in financial position. I have no enough financial capability, so doesn't publish yet. I request whole of the Chakma community and other peoples to help me to publish the book, not in only publish in a book form, I need to publish it digitally. This is the Chakma spellbound we call mantra, my handwriting style. It is our mantra, we use it the ready-me for the illness, for medication. My location, resident, I'm from the Rangamati Bundukbanga Union. It's a remote area. This is the Sangits Flutara written by Celia Chakma, 1868. This is our Chakma handwriting style. Is it lip and farm lip. Chandobi Baromas, unknown writer. This is the handwriting style. Is the old style. Front Flutara, eto. This is the Sangma handwriting style written by 1966, 67, 1964. Dasa Forani Tara 1964, Sadengri Tara 1950. This is the handwriting style. Gozen Lama written by Debabrata Chakma 1980. This is the handwriting style. Malentra Otosa written by San Angupul Chand 2004. This is the handwriting style. Chakma spellbound written by Motura Chakma. This is the handwriting style. The ancient Chakma spellbound we call it Angs. It is the use for the illness and ready-me of the illness. And ancient Chakma spellbound is one kind of mantra. Chakma script using on wedding card. This is our wedding card. It is our dress, wearing dress. This is called khadi. Nameplate. We use our script now. This is the Ras Bono Bihar. Chakma script Ras Bono Bihar Rangamate. Chakma script using on nameplate. This is in primary school, Sorkari primary school in my location in Bundukbanga, Noadam Sorkari Prathamik Vidyalaya. This is Dasbin. We use our script in many places like wedding card, nameplate, in dustbin, etc. Example of Chakma script handwriting to digitization. This is my handwriting style. Now I am trying to computing system after hard working. Then I successfully digitize with helping Microsoft, Google, Keyman team, Apple, Unicode Consortium, etc. Easy Chakma keyboard layout. This is the first image, normal keyboard layout and shift keyboard layout. Comparison of Ribbing Uni and Notusen Chakma font. This is the Ribbing Uni which is made by me and Notusen Chakma made by Google. This shipping engine is also good, but I need to include the Fatkabawa which is absent in Notusen Chakma font. Typography and modern technology made easy to write Chakma complex script. This is the handwriting complex script and Notusen Notepad. Notepad is support in Windows. Thank you for Windows. Thank you for listening and watching this video. Thank you everyone. Ju bekunore.
is Waqar Qamri, a type and visual designer based in Kashmir, and today I would like to showcase our little project called Kashmir Type Hunt. As the name clearly suggests, type hunt would mean hunting or looking for type found in different forms and mediums throughout the city. We have been trying to archive type forms or letter forms in different mediums throughout our locality. It's an open source project where every member of the community can take a snap and upload it to the common drive and make it accessible for everyone. These type forms can range from, I would say, the hand-chiseled marble type forms found on the gates of Dargah Hazrat Bal to the much more simpler yet really beautiful vintage-styled hand-painted signage on one of the convenience stores at the hill resorts of Pahalgam. It also includes the much written and spoken script of Nastaliq, which is the primary medium for writing the Kashmiri script. I will get to the history of it in the next slides, but here I will also like to showcase a very vintage and beautiful and even nostalgic part of our community, which are the theatres of Kashmir. Even though they are currently not operational, but the vintage vibe they had to it, or the neon signs that they carried, pay a homage to the city. Coming to the Latin explorations, we have, I would say, the most of the signboards you will see throughout the city are in Latin. Due to globalization, the Latin script is a really common sight throughout this place. Thus, the majority of signage boards, or even the major visual communication will be done in the Latin scripts. These explorations have ranged from, I would say, a script on Shikara during the winters, while the 3D effects on signage through the city of Lal Chowk and many more places. During the, I would say, pre-2000s and late 90s, the hand-painted signage community was really flourishing throughout the valley of Kashmir. Thus, you will see really good specimens of these type forms, where the artist tries to add a touch of their own artistic identity to the signboard, thus giving a shop their own individual identity. That way, they have been trying to mimic, I would say, certain effects, be it chrome, be it 3D, or even flat, but yet in a more beautiful and intricate way of their own. Another explorations which is really common is the Urdu one. A little brief intro about the Kashmiri script is that, like many other scripts, I would say, in this part of the world, it was mostly transferred from one generation to another generation through spoken text only. Like you could only, there was no written specimens. However, there are two main common scripts. One is called Shada and other is called Nastaliq, in which Kashmiri is written. Due to certain, I would say, nuances, the Shada script died down because it was restricted to a really small set of people, and the majority of the commoners were illiterate. And thus, I would say, due to the coming of Mughals, the Mughal era, they made these scripts quite common and educated the masses, and thus the Kashmiri script nowadays is mostly written in the Nastaliq script. You will find these specimens throughout the city. Another favorite piece of mine is this board found at, I think it's a school, yep, senior secondary school in Anantnag, Islamabad, where you will find different specimens, not just Latin or Urdu classified, but even in the Urdu script, you will see some specimens of Naskh, like the Babul Ilmul Adab, which is quite actually in Arabic, the Naskh script there. While on this portion, you will see this is written in the Nastaliq script. This is Nastaliq, this is Naskh, and then you have these Latin explorations as well. Thus, I won't just classify it as a gate of a school, but rather a beautiful art piece where the artist was able to showcase his artistic craft and hold on different scripts at the same time. So a little intro, how did it all start? Well, a couple of my friends, mainly Vasik, had the idea to start this little community. My friend Sharik, Vasik and I, we already were documenting this stuff individually, and I would say sharing it on our social medias. But then Vasik had the idea, why not, let's create a platform where everyone can submit their photos and let's see how it goes from there. What started as individuals documenting type has evolved in a really beautiful community. And yes, it's been almost a year I think it will be a year in November now. So initially we had, I would say, a regular social media Instagram page where people manually send their photos through our DMs and text, and we will upload them. But we felt that this is getting quite hectic and not so user friendly, so we wanted to find an alternative. Also one of the few rare specimens of Devanagari type throughout the city. So what we did was we created a common drive platform where everyone could easily auto publish their photos in this drive. So it was necessary it was uploaded on the Instagram page. You could directly come on the drive, check out the whole gallery, and even submit your finds. To take it a step further, I think in this May, one of our dear friends, Hadali Punjabi, really helped us with setting up the website. We had the opportunity of contacting him through one of our TypeWalks, and thus he was able to connect with the community, and we just pitched him this idea that we should have a really rough website for the Kashmir TypeWknd. So the basic mechanism of this website is that the photos that get uploaded on the drive, they get auto refreshed on the front page every day. So the most recent photos gets published on the front page. So the process and the data wasn't lost, rather it was a much more accessible and a better experienced version of the Google Drive. The main reason I would ask you, why exactly did we start Kashmir TypeWknd? Three main reasons come to my mind, and the first of them is documentation. As a visual designer, I think it's a huge gathering of resources for everyone out there, not just visual designers, but even historians or people who deal in, or just people who would like to see the history or the richness of such type forms. For example, the photo on the right called Mahata and Co. I was quite shocked to see this photo was taken around 1940s and 1950s, and to see such craftsmanship of type at such time is really remarkable. It really wonders what exactly happened throughout era that led to this time of the year. So I think it's really important to document stuff as much as we can. Even this shop, this is a rosewater shop throughout at the banks of Khanka. I would say on the sides of Khanka. Khanka is a really pristine shrine of a Sufi saint who came in Kashmir around 1200s or 1300s. I'm not sure about the date exactly, but this shop is as old as that era. And even the script on the top here, it's in Persian actually. I can't even read it, what it says. But this shop, they sell the rose water of different kinds. Like you have the Arak Gulab here, Lohe Arak, and these are the different variants of rose water they have throughout the shop. And thus, I think as a designer, it's really important to document such stuff for us as well and for the coming generations as well. Another main thing is to educate the people around about the legacy we have had and how to incorporate it. For example, I was going through the place of Achbal, and we saw this signboard called as Rafiki Sound Engineers, while you could easily see the new board at the top called Surya. So I even asked that, I would say, shopkeeper how old that sign is. He had no clue since it was as old as his parents' time. So just to have a little stark comparison, we have such a rich legacy of typefaces which make your individual shop unique throughout the valley. So we have to have emphasis on such boards and lettering forms rather than these new mediums, and that's a really, really important conscience on not just us designers, but to the whole community. That's why educating the community is really important. And finally, we are looking to revival of these letter forms, though it may take some times or even years, but we are trying to it. Just to showcase that this is a hustling street of Larjob, where you can see different forms and letter forms of the Arabic jewelers and the fancy jewelers, and even this Lekhraj Gupta. What I wanted to showcase here is how these shops distinctly stand out, other than these Shabnam on Advocate or these boards on such generic type forms. Yes, it's quite clear with the coming of computer age, it was much easier to get these digitalized boards or flex boards printed, but in the process we lost our identity or our uniqueness. So we ought to hold on to them and preserve it and even revive them so that we can use them in our daily day-to-day lives and for the coming generations as well. And finally, puns. We cannot live without puns. Photography is a love affair, while Rijwan, salon hair. I think these are really intrinsic part of our communication, making those little silly mistakes while we make our signage or letter forms throughout. Communication, or rather, community is an essential part of Kashmir TypeWknd. We have tried certain things to build up our community and to have the social interactions coming up and educating the masses. Luckily, during last year, when the COVID cases were exceptionally low, we had the luxury of hosting our little official type walk through the hustling market of Larjob, which is based in Srinagar. And thus, I would like to showcase this little video my friend Salma Masood worked on. Documenting type through the cities of Kashmir is a little tricky with the restrictions and the army and even the civilians making queries. What exactly are you guys doing? What's happening? So initially we tried to answer all these queries. We're documenting type, we are doing this, but with time it got a little bit, I would say, after 10 to 15 queries continuously, we had to cater to a different route. No, it's for a college project, so people couldn't bother us. I really like the idea, I would say, how the community came together on this type walk. We didn't expect people to actually come, but I was really happy and glad that they came, and we were able to talk about type in different forms and other educating the people. So even the perspective of everyone who came on the walk before and after the walk was quite stark, that they were able to appreciate these little forms, like focusing specifically on one A or one H, and thus seeing them not as just type or printed names, but rather as art pieces or a part of our history and identity. COVID was a little tricky since we couldn't do much type walks, so we took a different alternative of having the 36 days of challenge remixed with Kashmir TypeWknd. To the non-design community, 36 days of type is a yearly challenge where you have to experiment with one letter form every day. Like today will be A, then B, then C. Thus we try to incorporate these challenges in Kashmir TypeWknd, where you could go through our gallery and work on individual letters, taking A from any of the boards and remix or recreate it in your own style, or even try to recreate the original. And the response was really good. Designers throughout our community and outside the community really appreciated this thing, and even I participated, adding to different forms and different characters. But a few of my favorites is the D, the S, and the Y, and I think these are really well done and well crafted. Yes, this leads to the end of our presentation. Where does Kashmir TypeWknd go from onwards, we do have certain plans of maybe having some more type walks when the COVID situation dies down a little, and also having some workshops, getting these painters or signboards with us and educating how the prayer process is, how they write these signage, or how they can educate the masses, getting in touch them with the community and with the people directly. We also have this idea of maybe commissioning them on building certain letter forms and then digitizing the forms as fonts, so that they are, I would say, they live forever and people can even download them, so that a portion of the profits are given back to the community as well. I guess this is it. Thank you so much, TypeWknd, letting me talk you through the Kashmir type and the journey we have been so far. I wish you all the luck and
Hello TypeWknd. My name is Ragini Siruguri and I'm a visual communication designer from South India. My practice lies at the intersection of graphic design, books, photography, and writing, and at this junction I found a fascination for the design of printed books. My work is guided by the belief that any form of design cannot be separated from the context it is made within. Becoming a book designer was not something I consciously worked towards, but the kind of projects I worked on in the past couple of years have really strengthened my skills in this area. For the past 6 years, I've been part of the design team at Tara Books, which is an independent publishing house based in Chennai, South India. Started in 1994, Tara Books has grown into a collective of writers, illustrators, designers, and printmakers, all working towards pushing the boundaries of the art of bookmaking. Tara Books publishes picture books for children and illustrated books for all ages that span a variety of genres. We work with indigenous artists from around India, bringing traditional art forms into new contexts and presenting unusual perspectives to popular traditions. We also collaborate with contemporary artists from around the world. We are invested in working with a range of print and production techniques apart from conventional processes like offset printing. We've explored various print systems such as silk screen printing, Riso, and we are now trying to revive the letterpress printed book. Tara Books has been known for its experiments with the form of the book, which we consider as important as what's inside. We've made books of different shapes and sizes, each opening out in unexpected ways and offering new ways of interaction. Design for us is not just an embellishment. It's not something that's thought of only towards the end of a project. Design is integral to how meaning is created in a book. Usually we hear that design must be invisible and should bring together text and image without drawing attention to itself. But for us, design brings in another narrative to the book, where the designer is also considered a significant contributor. So the book design process at Tara Books is usually a highly collaborative one and involves a conversation between the illustrator, the author, publisher, printer, and designer from the very beginning. Having said that, while design and the book designer play a crucial role in the journey of a book from idea to print and beyond, the book designer's job is in no way easy. In the context of a publishing house like Tara, designers are part of a highly interconnected team of people, processes, and considerations, all of which affect how and what you design. But what exactly do book designers do? A quick search on the internet will throw up some explanations like this. Book covers are a part of the book design process and are important. They are designed to make an impact, and whether we admit it or not, we do judge a book by its cover. But designing an entire book works very differently. A book has a sequence and a narrative and moves forward in time as you turn the pages. A designer has to keep in mind how all these pages work together as a whole, and the challenge is to successfully hold the attention of the reader and keep them interested all the way till the end. A more realistic idea of what a book designer does is this. We use type and image to give a tangible form to stories. We transform stories into sensory objects that can be interacted with. But in this process, there are a number of things that affect your decisions as a designer. The trick lies in taking into account all the rules set by the people and processes that are involved and working with these constraints, or around them if you're smart enough, to make something unique. To explain this, I want to take you through the behind the scenes of a book I worked on with the team at Tara Books and deconstruct the decisions that shaped its design. Hik is a picture book for children. It was written by Anushka Ravi Shankar, a well-known author of children's books, and illustrated by Christian Piper, an artist from Germany. The book offers 8 crazy ways to get rid of hiccups, featuring a brave child who eagerly tries out all of them. As you move through the book, the suggestions become more and more absurd, building up to a point where the reader discovers whether or not these solutions actually work. It was up to me to design this experience for the reader, where with each turn of the page, they felt the growing feeling of suspense and a need to know what would happen next. The book began with a set of illustrations to which the author wrote the story, and the first design decision we took was the shape and size of the book. If you notice the artist's initial sketches, she has already taken into account how the illustrations will work on a page within a book. This set the first constraint to the book, the shape. Squarish when closed and rectangle when opened. The illustrations are detailed. Apart from the story of the main character, each illustration has multiple narratives going on in the background, with other people, animals and birds, and objects. So we knew that the book had to be large enough for children to be able to properly observe these stories. But there was another important factor influencing this decision. This book was going to be our first experiment with a new printing technique, which I will talk about a bit later. The machine we were going to work with had a limitation on the size of paper that could be fed into it. In this case, it was A3 or 420 by 297 millimeters. So the book, when opened, had to be within these measurements. This constraint was again driven by the choice of binding, where the pages would be stitched along the vertical center of an open spread. Once we had the page size set, the next thing to do was to place words and images onto the page. The words have a certain rhyme and rhythm to them. Each suggestion in the story is followed by the sound of a hiccup. Tie a ribbon around your nose and spell cacophonic. Hic. Hold your breath for half a day and breathe out very quick. Hic. The tone and intensity of this hiccup changes as the story progresses, and we wanted this to come through visually. And what better way to do that than with expressive type? The word hic has a literal meaning, which is the sound of a hiccup. But in this context, it also needed a graphic meaning. By playing around with type as a form of expression, the sound, tone, movement, and emotion in each hic could be conveyed in a much better way. So here is an ordinary hic. And from here, we created a hic that had a lot more personality. The word hic began to become a character itself. It was stuck in traffic, it was flying out of a pond, it was upside down, and the sound of a hiccup now had a shape and it represented a feeling. This transformed the look of the entire layout and added yet another narrative to the book. This would allow readers to read new stories within the pictures, create new associations in language, and discover unexpected meanings. While we were having these breakthroughs with the layout, a new printing machine was being set up at our print workshop. This is a risograph machine, a Japanese brand of copy machines that looks somewhat like an ordinary photocopier but uses a process similar to screen printing. Riso printing uses special translucent inks that can combine with each other on the page to form new colors. The machine prints images in layers and allows you to play around with transparencies, as you can see. So you could set a color to 50% of its original opacity and it would print in a dotted pattern that would appear lighter. Riso inks are available in limited colors and we chose the yellow and blue inks that seemed to match the colors of the illustrations. But when we ran a couple of test prints, we realized that there was a significant difference in how the color appeared in print. The ink printed a bright yellow, but we wanted a more muddy ochre. The blue had to be a lot paler too. So this was our next challenge. How do we create the colors we wanted from the inks we had available? After a lot of trial and error, we figured out how to do this. The ochre that we wanted had to be created using a combination of yellow, blue, and red inks, layered on each other with varying transparencies. Ideally, we should have worked backwards from the printing process, where the illustrator would familiarize herself with how Riso works, so she could create a palette for the illustrations from the available inks. Our next challenge was right around the corner. When we printed pages that had a lot of solid ink coverage, like this one, the ink either smudged completely or didn't dry at all. We then found out that humid weather was unsuitable for Riso printing and the drying process. We are based in the coastal city of Chennai, and humid weather is all we get. So what then? We requested the illustrator to tweak her illustrations so that there were fewer areas of solid color. This seemed to suit the Riso machine. As a consequence, the design of a couple of other pages had to be changed to reduce the amount of ink that was applied on the page. The end sheet was reversed so that we would use less blue ink. For the same reason, the cover also changed, but it became something we were much happier with. But the story doesn't end here. As the project neared completion, it was decided that we'd also publish the book in a different language, German. So we were faced with a very, very important question. How do you hiccup in German? Turns out it's quite similar to an English hiccup. I then set about converting these hicks of the English version into German. Since German also uses the Latin alphabet, the process of adaptation was not as difficult as it might have been with an entirely new script. The German word for hic was written not too differently than in English, just a few additional letters. I'm not familiar with the German language, but working on this book has taught me some useful words. Both versions of the book hiccuped their way into the world and sat on many a bookshelf. As you can see, it inspired both children and adults to try these ideas out. But the story doesn't end here either. As a publisher, Tara Books has a global reach and often sells the rights to their titles to publishers elsewhere. A couple of years after Hic was published, it caught the attention of a publisher from Thailand, who went on to publish a version of the book in Thai. I've been told that Hic in Thai is pronounced Uk. Since I cannot read the script, I can only study the adaptation on a visual basis. I am particularly thrilled with the wonky diacritic marks in the image above. I will leave you to figure out what this sounds like. Despite all the hiccups we had in the making of Hic, the book did very well, and we are now down to our last few copies. The book taught me so much on so many different levels, and I can see I've learned quite a bit on what not to do as a designer. But I work with a very adventurous group of people, so for the second edition of the book, we've decided to print it on a letterpress. The letterpress is one of the oldest forms of printing, and its invention made books widely available and more accessible than ever before. This also led to the craft of compositing type and the creation of standard typefaces. But as new and more efficient forms of printing emerged, the use of letterpress at a large commercial scale has reduced. So it's very exciting for us to be able to turn the clock back and attempt to revive this form of printing. Of course, this experiment will come with its own set of challenges, but that's a story for another time. I will wrap this up with the philosophy that drives the bookmaking process at Tara Books, which is to push the boundaries of the physical book, especially in an age that's writing its obituary. A huge thank you to all the folks I work with, without whom I wouldn't have learned as much as I did. And thank you TypeWknd for the chance to share it with this community.
Hello everyone, I'm Atifa Mohammadi from Iran, and I'm so happy to have this chance to talk to you about the Arabic Persian web font readability, because we are currently experiencing a shift from printed paper to computer screens, and this transition is altering how we read and how we understand the text. Considering the digital media provides us the fastest means to do some activities such as reading, this is really important for typeface designers to design the appropriate web font, especially for line blocks of text, to enhance the level of the readability. And this is where the Arabic typefaces encounter the new challenges. In print media throughout type, the type design method have changed in responses to the limitation of various print technology, and many features of Arabic calligraphy have been neglected. This has destroyed its identity, and unfortunately, this challenge persists on the web. So in this presentation, I want to talk about the principles of beauty and readability in Arabic scripts, and at the same time, I want to examine its compatibility to the pixel structure of computer screens. For this purpose, in addition to a study of the NASA script, I want to talk about the two famous web fonts, Arabic web fonts, that many browsers still use them, such as Tahoma and Segoe, because many Persian typeface designers believe that the design of these two fonts has not followed the structure and aesthetic of Arabic scripts. So, for the first step, let's review the pixel structure of computer screens and the effect of this structure on readability. Most screens are made up of small units that are called pixel, and as you zoom in, the pixel appear as a single square with 3 subpixels. These subpixels consist of 3 colors, the 3 famous colors that we all know them: red, green, and blue, R, G, and B. Placing these colored lights side by side and turning them on or off makes the letters appear smooth and without the rough edge. As you can see in this picture, the degree of sharpness and readability in horizontal and vertical straight forms is more than circular and curved forms. And this is because a pixel is completely off or on. In other words, in circular form, the colored lights R, G, and B are not equally on or off, and that is causes the different resolution displays. The greatest effect on brightness belongs to color G, followed by R, and finally B. And the difference in the effect of the filters on the light output softens the main form of circular movement. So as a result, it gives better clarify on the letters. What improved the readability in this process is proper control on pen rotation in loops and curve forms and bolts. This is all about the readability on web screens, but reading comprehension is not a simple process. It is important that the typeface can make an interaction between the readers and the text for the purpose of comprehension. This interaction should bring about the pleasant feeling for the readers. So it is necessary for the type to fit the writing and calligraphy culture of its audience, in addition to meeting practical requirements. This is where the need for the knowledge of the principles and root of the Arabic scripts arises. All scripts in Arabic Persian language follow the same readability rules, which guarantee the beauty and readability, which are baseline, proportion, composition, and principles. Now we want to adopt the principles of readability and beauty of Arabic scripts to the structure of pixels. To do this, as I said before, I will compare Tahoma and Segoe and debug font, which is my latest experience in designing an Arabic Persian font for print and web space, with the principle of beauty and readability of Arabic calligraphy or Arabic scripts, and in addition, I will place them in pixel space. Principles means root and foundation that refers to things such as strength and weakness, the pen angle, the straight and curved form, and the black and white space in the loops. In Arabic Persian letters, when the pen moves horizontally and parallel to the baseline, the entire width of the pen is placed on the paper, so the maximum thickness of the pen is in horizontal direction, while vertical movement use only a fraction of the pen thickness. In Tahoma and Segoe fonts, designers have created a balanced blackness throughout the letters by reducing the thickness contrast and variation in vertical and horizontal movement. This keeps the proportion of the letters and increases the readability in the pixel environments of the screens. We can say that the pen angle in these two fonts is one of these four modes: 0, 45, 19, or 135 degrees. You can see in this picture the angle of the pen makes the edge of the forms very sharp. In this picture, I put Tahoma and Segoe Arabic fonts on 40 and 24 pixel screens to examine them into low and high level of the resolution. By this picture, you can compare the sharpness of the edge of the letters form in Tahoma and Segoe and Nasr script. As you can see, Tahoma and Segoe are more sharp than Nasr script. This is inevitable that the extensive experience of the designers in Latin fonts has resulted in their shared attitude toward the Arabic Persian letters. So this has removed the original identity that we see in Arabic Persian scripts. Latin letters are more abstract than Arabic Persian letters, as they are all made up of the original shapes like circle, triangle, and squares. While the forms of the Arabic Persian letters are more diverse, they can become a family with common characteristics. The direct movement of the pen in writing is called straight, and the rotation move of the pen called curve. In Tahoma and Segoe fonts, the straight forms are dominant to the curve forms. Indeed, the direct movement of the pen is more than the rotational movement, even in connection and joint of the letters. This means that the pen in the connected letter moves straight left to the right on the baseline and then starts its ascending movement. Although in Segoe fonts, due to its larger loops, it looks like there are more circular movements used, but overall, the ratio of the straight forms in the fonts is still more than curves. This makes sense to make the letters more readable. Remember how the pixels were arranged and how they affected to the vertical and horizontal movement of the pen. Ratio or proportion includes similar forms in similar letters and the moderation and proportion in the single individual letters and similar combination of letters. In other words, one of the main factors in maintaining the readability of a family of letters is to balance the proportion between black and white space. In family of letters, in order to preserve the balance of the black and white space or the gray space of the text, it is essential for the letters to follow the same rules in the pen movement, letter forms, proportion, and the positive and negative balance. In this picture, you can see some of the similar form in Arabic typefaces, such as keshide in kaf, fe, be, and bol in sad, nun, and sin. This is obvious that in Tahoma fonts, designer designed each letter separately in all its position, the first letter, middle, and last letter. In other words, lots of energy and time has been used in designing the letters separately, in contrary to the basic principles of Arabic Persian script rule. This is caused by the extreme focus on matching each letters with the pixel space of the screens. In the Arabic Segoe fonts, apart from some cases such as separate ain and connected ain, is totally better design in compared with the Tahoma font. The proper baseline division in the font design has a direct effect on the scales, size, and proportion of the letters. So, as a result of the correct size and scale in the font design, the readability, visual harmony, and beauty increases. The ratio of the first tooth to the middle one, the ratio of the baseline fe to the height aleph, and the ratio of the ascender and descender, the position and the scale of the dots, can make the letters readable and beautiful. What is obvious at a glance into Tahoma and Segoe fonts is the reduction of the heights of the letters. The placement of the baseline in both fonts is in approximately a 1:4 ratio. In fact, similar to Latin fonts, a large part of letters and words body are located above the baseline, so it is reducing the readability in small sizes. Another limitation in the location of the dots at the lower part of the letters. The designers of these fonts inevitably move the dots in the letters P and Ya closer to the body of the letters. In Arabic Persian language, letters connected generally, and sometimes they are written separately. All the letters can connect to their previous letter from the right side, unless grammatical rules limit it. This creates a gap between the letters in the word, and it causes empty space in the text. In general, there are 3 categories of spacing in Arabic Persian writing: spacing between letters, or tracking, spacing between words, or kerning, and the spacing between lines. The space between the letters on the screen should be between 5 to 10 units to maintain greater readability. Reducing this distance makes the letters appear more narrow on the screens. In the design of Tahoma and Segoe fonts, the spacing between the letters varies, although these changes are not significant to cause a visual clutter. The beginning of the word should be accompanied by the appropriate distance from the end of the previous word. This causes the pleasant gray space for the eye. The Tahoma font, as we see in this figure, has a problem in kerning between the words, and this causes disturbance and imbalance in the negative space and creates an unbalanced gray space. In the Segoe fonts, despite the visible control over the spacing between the words, it is still unbalanced, unfortunately. The spacing between the lines in digital environments is 120% of the space between the ascender and the descender, while this amount is 140% in print. On the other hand, as a number of characters in a line increases, the space between the line grows. In Tahoma and Segoe fonts, despite their imbalanced spacing between the words, the spacing of the line has been very precise and well calculated. Ligature is a single form in a typing environment that connects the shape of 2 or more letters whose components collide with each other to create the new forms. Among all the other features of typefaces, ligature can display the most aspects of Arabic Persian scripts in the font. In Tahoma and Segoe fonts, the ligature of connected Ya is completely different from what we see in the Nasb script, and it is totally wrong. Finally, Tahoma and Segoe is abstracted in forms, in pen movement, and in pen thickness. And this has created good coordination with the placement of the pixel and increased the readability of the letters on the screens. In general, we can say that the most prominent feature of Tahoma and Segoe fonts is that these fonts have been designed and hinted for the beginning for digital media and 72 and 96 dpi resolution environments. And this issue has caused these 2 fonts to be separated from the Arabic Persian scripts. This is time to look at Dibaj font. Dibaj was designed for using in line text, therefore readability was really important there. And in addition to readability, I try to keep the Arabic Persian calligraphy culture in this font. So I can say Dibaj is a traditional and at the same time is a modern typeface. The factors that were considered to maintain its readability in the text size were relatively large loops and maintaining the principles of correct spacing in accordance with the rhythm and form of writing the letters to create the healthy text grade. And we can see the exaggeration in the vertical axis of the letters in Dibaj. There is a balanced ratio of the direct movement of the pen and the circular movements. And in terms of the thickness, in addition to maintaining a low contrast between the maximum and minimum thickness of the pen, it is still readable against the pixel structures. In Dibaj fonts, all 5 baselines of Arabic scripts are applied, and this makes this right proportion between the size of the letters and easier movement of the audience eyes on the lines. Look at the similar forms in the letters. This allows the audience to record the same code in their mind in less times and to read the text more easily and quickly, so it makes debug fonts more readable. To eliminate the white reveal in the text and to create the balanced gray in whole text, the spacing between letters, words, and lines in debug font has been done with many experiments, and also it is done separately in different weights. Debug has 9 weights which are totally different taste and character to each other. The basic weights are suitable for using in line text of books, magazine, and etc. And its thick weights are suitable for graphic words and advertisement. At the end, you can see the coordination of debug different weights with the pixel structure. And despite its serif typeface, it has a good readability on the screens. I'm so thankful that you attend to this presentation.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good morning.
Oh, it's morning for you. Good morning.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
Oh wow, it's 6:30 here in the afternoon, so it's a big time difference. We're just gonna wait for a few minutes for other people to join, because there's gonna be more of them, so. Are you guys excited to draw some Cyrillic today?
Absolutely.
That's great. I hope we manage to do as much as we can, like in an hour, but if you guys like don't manage to finish everything in time, and we can always like move it to Discord, and I'll give you my email so we can continue and I can see yours afterwards. I think it's best if we wait for a little bit longer, just because I'd like people to see the introduction part before we move on to the drawing, because I'm going to be explaining Cyrillic a little bit and construction and everything. So whoever's not familiar with it doesn't have like a lot of issues with it. I'm also going to share my screen in the meantime. So you guys can see this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just wait for a little bit longer. Do you guys have any experience with Cyrillic?
I haven't, but I've always wanted to.
That's great. Are you a type designer or a lettering artist?
I'm a designer, but I've got a background in typeface design, but I've had a big break, and so I haven't done any type design for a while, and I'm just getting back into it.
That's great. And Cyrillic's a really cool way to start back.
I've done some Cyrillic, but it's been very imitative, like very safe based on what I've seen.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I figured that people, I feel like it's more interesting for me that people who don't really have a lot of experience with Cyrillic are going to join. And then that's why I made this like a small introduction part. Of course, it's not like gonna teach you how to draw perfect Cyrillic in an hour, but that's also not the point. I really want to see you guys like experiment and see your take on it, because that's always fun with the script you don't know, like experimenting and making mistakes is a big part of the process. So that was kind of like my idea. So that's why the introduction is not going to be so in detail. Also, we don't really have time for it. It's only an hour. So I'm gonna try my best to like simplify it for you, and then we're gonna have a few examples from which you guys can choose which pieces of lettering you want to turn into Cyrillic, and then each one of them like written in Serbian, because I'm from Serbia, is going to be explained with little notes. I don't know if we should start. I don't think anybody else is joining right now.
Yeah, I think it's safe to keep going. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, okay, my name is Jovana, and I am a Cyrillic type designer and lettering artist, originally from Belgrade, Serbia. Right now I'm working as a freelancer, and I usually draw Cyrillic typefaces, and I also provide Cyrillic consultations. So today we're going to be talking not only about Cyrillic, but also Latin, and how to make these two kind of like different scripts cohabit the same visual environment, and how to make them work next to each other. Sorry. So in order for anything that's completely different, in order to make any two different things kind of work together, we first need to understand why are they different and what makes them different. When it comes to this workshop, we're not going to be looking at like specific details and letters in detail, but we are going to be looking more at the overall color and texture Cyrillic versus Latin. So if we look at the slide on the left, we have a paragraph with Latin, and on the right it's a paragraph with Cyrillic. The first thing that we notice is that Cyrillic looks more rigid and more static or sturdy compared to the Latin. So I don't know, I hope you guys agree with this, and that's because when we look at the lowercase Latin, most of the shapes kind of like come from handwriting, and that's why they have this like fluid structure to them. While as lowercase Cyrillic borrows its shapes from the caps that are let's say somewhat similar to Latin caps, and that they do not come from handwriting, but they are drawn. So that's why Cyrillic has a lot more vertical stress, and that's why it looks a lot more sturdy and not so fluid as Latin, as I said. Here I have like a overview of the basic Cyrillic character set, and here in pink are all these shapes that borrow shapes from the caps. As you can see, there is a lot of them, while if we look at the Latin character set, this number is a lot smaller. Also, number two, Cyrillic looks slightly lighter when compared to Latin. So we're going to go back to these two paragraphs, and if you look at the paragraph on the right, which is Cyrillic, you can see that if you kind of like squint your eyes a little bit, you can see that the overall color is a little bit lighter, and you might know why this happens, you might not. If we kind of go back to these character sets and look at the letters, we are going to notice that Latin has a way bigger number of ascending and descending characters compared to Cyrillic, and that's what is making the right paragraph look a little bit lighter. Also, leading in the right paragraph tends to look optically looser, just because there is a smaller number of letters that have ascenders and descenders. Also, if you are designing Cyrillic and Latin from scratch, so if these two scripts are not influencing one another, you might consider making ascenders and descenders a little bit shorter, just because by doing that, you're going to at least partially avoid this bigger white gaps in between the lines. So you might also want to, like, since we're in this workshop, we're going to have a few lettering pieces that are going to consist of a few words. So in case you think that you might benefit from something like this, you can totally do it. Also, you don't have to like blindly follow the Latin examples I'm going to show you guys, but if you think that while you're drawing Cyrillic, you think there should be something that can be changed in Latin, you're more than welcome to do so. And I'd love to see that, and I'd love to hear your like opinions about it. So yeah, just go for it. Also, the number 3 and why Cyrillic and Latin are different is that the broad nib contrast in Cyrillic is not always so convenient. Now, don't get me wrong, of course, there are many typefaces in Cyrillic that follow the broad nib contrast, and it works perfectly fine. But here I have a little illustration of the broad nib versus the pointed pen. So writing Cyrillic with pointed nib is a little bit more convenient than writing with the broad nib, just because when you're writing with broad nib, you would have to change the angle quite often to get the specific letters right. And then here we have like a little illustration showing how the angles will change depending on the tool you use and your movement. Here we have illustration from North-Side stroke. On the top, we can see translation contrast, while on the bottom, we can see expansion contrast for anyone who's maybe not so familiar with these two types of contrasted and the tools used. Also, this is what I meant when I mentioned that sometimes using broad nib for writing or designing Cyrillic is not always so convenient. So here on the left, we have the example of how these letters, Cyrillic letters, zhe and ya, should look, would look if you were to use the broad nib. And here on the left, however, we can see how do these shapes look in most of the typefaces and lettering pieces you can find out. So here, as you can see, following the broad nib here on the left, zhe has the top left diagonal stroke is thin, while the top right diagonal stroke is thin, while the top left diagonal stroke is thick, while as in the typeface design, these two are in most of the cases going to look flipped. So in order to achieve this with a broad nib, you don't only need to change the angle of the pen, but you would also need to like rotate the paper in order to get these thicknesses right. And then also kind of same goes with ya, where having the diagonal leg thin would be something comfortable for the hand and for the tool you're using, while in typeface design, you would have to make it thick. Here, I wanted to show you a few examples before we move on to the drawing part. This is a personal project I did a few months ago during quarantine. The idea was to design covers of some of my favorite books, but not only to take an already existing Latin cover and then design its Cyrillic companion, but to design both of them from scratch and see how designing both scripts together will influence each other and the final result. So usually before I would already have a Latin piece, and then I would be designing Cyrillic following the Latin one, and then I would encounter many problems in the design itself, and there would be many things I would like to change, but it wouldn't be possible. So this project was like to see how much these scripts can influence each other, and also like to show people and to show to myself that these two scripts can totally work together. And even though they're completely different, you can still find like a middle area where they work. So yeah, here are just a few of the covers. This is also like a typeface I started drawing at the time, and it was also really interesting because it's a stencil. So trying to make Cyrillic and Latin in the stencil and seeing what works and what not was also a nice learning process. A little bit more here. The only difference is the slant, is the back slant versus the regular slant, and that was really interesting. And then something more display-ish, and trying to, it's always a lot easier with text faces, but when you get to like display styles, that's when it starts getting harder. So now let's start drawing. Here in the Zoom chat, I actually uploaded a PDF file for you guys that starts from like this slide onwards. But before you kind of like open it on your computer and start drawing, I'm gonna like walk you through it a little bit and show you these examples that I picked for our workshop today. So there are going to be 4 examples. You're welcome to choose whichever you want. If any of you guys have time to draw more, that's amazing. I'd love to see that. That's going to be a little bit of script, a little bit of romance. So I think everybody will be able to find something that fits their sensibility. So the first thing is this illustration for a book cover by Helmut Salden. It's Wild Rose. Helmut Selden was a Dutch type designer, and he has a significant number of iconic lettering pieces. So if you don't know him, you should check him out. Today, since we kind of like in the beginning of the workshop, I talked about calligraphy and how the broad nib works versus the pointed nib. I thought this would be like a good example for you guys. And then here, I'm from Belgrade, Serbia. So unfortunately, I don't speak Russian or other languages that use Cyrillic. So today, everything that we're going to be lettering is going to be in Serbian. So here I sketched the word that you're going to be lettering, and I gave little explanations on certain characters that differ from Latin. Here also in the top left corner, I kind of wrote down a small type cooker for you guys. So if some of you are not really like, don't really maybe understand all the like how would you translate this into Cyrillic or which kind of like a recipe to follow, here is a little more in-depth explanation to it. The next example number 2 is this one, Pescheria. It's an old Italian sign. And yes, I really love this one. It's also really popular. You might have seen it before. Also here, in order for you to focus on the letter forms, here is it in black and white. So here, the first word is Pescheria. It means like a fish shop where you buy fish, a fish store. And this is the word we're going to be lettering today. Adriatica is also really interesting. I didn't want to get rid of it, even though we're not going to be lettering Adriatica. It still might help you to like figure out how some other shapes look like and might be helpful for Cyrillic. And so Pescheria in Serbian is ribarnica. And here's the word, as I said, as the previous example, little notes, and then the type cooker on the top left. Then we have this movie poster. I got this from the Letterform archive. It's a really old one, and you should check Letterform archive for some, if you're into lettering. They really have an amazing collection. I'm sorry for the really bad resolution, but the photo wasn't in such a big size. Today we are going to be lettering the Abendkleid word, which in German is a like a nightgown, night dress. In Serbian we call it večernja haljina, and this one is a little bit longer, has 2 words, but some of the shapes are like, let's say most of the shapes follow shapes in Latin, so I don't think you will be having a lot of trouble with this one. And then this is a calligraphy piece from John Stevens. This calligraphy was used for a label for a packaging design. And this is how it's gonna look in Serbian, in Cyrillic. As you can notice, these two first words are pretty much shapes that already exist in Latin. So I think this is going to be easy for you. And then the other ones have explanations. I think it would be great for you guys to look at all of them, even though you only pick once. Maybe like reading notes from the other examples is going to help you with the lettering you choose. So I think, okay, maybe at this point I can stop sharing my screen. And then I just want to ask you guys, can you all see the file I uploaded here?
Jovana, I think I missed it, so I can see them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I think I missed the link. I joined maybe a minute late and you had posted it.
Oh, okay. So what is the thing that you saw first? I mean, I can go through it again.
I think I see it now. It's a PDF.
Yeah, it's the PDF.
Okay. I just uploaded it into the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the PDF from for the lettering. But if you have any questions, I can also upload the entire presentation so you guys can like look through it if you want. If that works, I can do that.
I have a question.
Yes.
The Serbian, by the way, I'm happy we're doing Serbian. I've never seen that. The Serbian use the j?
Yes, we do use the j. Yeah, we don't use the ya though, even though I put it in the presentation. I just wanted to show you how the construction changes from calligraphy to type design and lettering. We use the je, but not the ya. Okay, I see also some comments here. Could the Cyrillic X height be taller? Cyrillic X height is not taller, so it follows the X height of the Latin, or which, yeah, that's they share the same X height. Hello from Melbourne, Australia. I'm very excited. Hi to you too. Thank you for joining. So you guys are welcome to start now. Welcome to pick one of these 4 examples I picked for you today. And then I'll be here the whole time. And then if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me. And then in the end, if you guys manage to finish, which I really hope you will, we can kind of like look at it all together and discuss. But if you don't manage to finish, I'll leave my email so you guys can email it to me. And then and maybe like, and I can like give you some comments there as well. Okay, was everybody able to download the file? No, I want you guys to sketch. So there's not going to be any digitizing today. You guys should get whatever drawing medium you usually use. So it's either paper with markers, pens, nibs, or you can use the iPad, whatever is more comfortable for you. And just don't think about making it perfect. What we are really looking for is sketches here, rough sketches, lettering, like, so don't think about the outlines, don't think about the details, just think about the overall like proportions and the construction of the shapes. Okay, yeah, so if you guys have any questions, I'll be here, and I think I'm also going to be drawing with you. So yeah, I'm also gonna be in Discord, so if and I am wondering, do you guys have the examples you prefer? Did you all pick one already? As I said, if you're not really comfortable with Cyrillic that much, I would say the last example would be maybe like the easiest to go for, just because it's caps, and caps are really similar to Latin. And hey, Ella, I think you're not muted.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So if you want the easiest one, I think would be the 4th one. It's all caps, and as I said, a lot of the shapes in the word we are using are like the same as in Latin, so it's gonna be a little bit easier.
With example 3, which is the Cyrillic example to reference? Is it page 9?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just muted myself. So which example are you talking about?
Example 3.
Okay.
Which is the Cyrillic example to reference? Is it the one with the B and the E?
Yes, it's the one with it has 2 words underneath the other. So there's an example, and after that, the example comes the Cyrillic explanation. So that's how it's kind of organized.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and then I think I'll be drawing as well. As I said, I don't think I'm gonna like share it live, but oh, there's a question. What do you mean? Yes, I can do that for you. Sorry. Is it this one? Yeah. You see, my my note has a weird rectangle behind it, but I hope this helps. I can also try and open this. Like that.
I wonder, do you have two monitors? It might not be on the, it might be on the other one.
Yes, I see
Okay.
that. I'm sorry. I'm
No
trying
problem.
to just figure it out because it worked a minute ago and now it's not working anymore. Is it working now? Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's good. It just needs to be like shifted. It's for some reason it's like off center in the window. And then
Oh, is it?
right, yeah, perfect.
Okay,
That's
cool.
perfect.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
And yeah,
great.
this rectangle that for some reason is not black. It's really annoying me. I'm sorry about
Minus
that.
2 points. A minus, yeah. We're knocking it off your grade. This is beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, as you can see in pink, there are all the letters that share the construction between lowercase and caps. So it's a big number. And even the other ones, such as like here, we can see F and J and Ch are also like not far from, like there's not a big difference. I mean, there is some difference. For example, F has ascenders and descenders, and then also J has descenders, but they're also like kind of similar. So I would say that in Cyrillic, there's not really like a lot of shapes that differ extremely. Maybe Be here, that's a lowercase Be. It's a really complicated shape to draw. Probably one of the most complicated shapes, especially if you get to like heavier weights and like displaced stas. It can be quite tricky, but also really funny because you can experiment a lot. And then I'd say like 10 minutes before the end, we can all look at what everybody did and discuss, and I'd like to answer any questions if there are. Do you guys have any doubts or any questions for me at this stage?
Jovana?
Yes.
I'm doing the Pesqueria one.
Okay.
And I'm ligating at the top, not just the bottom.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay. Yes, if you can upload it to the chat, that'd be amazing. And then I'm actually going to share this whole file with you guys so you can have it, so I can start drawing live for you. I think that'd be better. So I'm just gonna share the whole presentation with you guys. Here we go. It's uploading now. And then I'll just share my iPad screen. Oh, so I have a question. Am I able to share a screen for my iPad? Because here I'm still like a participant and it's not letting me.
You should be able to.
Because I just joined from my email and I'm here at the meeting.
Take a look here real quick.
Jovana, I've got a question.
Yes.
So when I was sketching, I'm just working on number 3. I started with the first letter as a cap. Okay. And then I realized that all the letters, I guess, because they feel like they're kind of capitals, they need a bit more space. And so they're just getting smaller. And I'm just wondering, when you're looking at, you know, size for cap height, X height, ascender, descender, what do you sort of start with? What do you start with as a...
If you're, so as I said, Cyrillic follows the same X height as Latin does. So when you are doing the example that follows a pointed nib, right? Number 3.
Yeah, but I'm using a pencil.
Okay. No. I'm just wondering which example it is. So
yeah, so it's got high contrast.
Yeah, high contrast. So when you start with the first capital letter, which is going to be the one that looks like a Latin B, as you can see, this A here is really a lot taller than all the other ascenders, which, as I said, if you feel like it's something it should be changed, you can completely change that. And then usually ascenders and descenders in Cyrillic follow the idea of the ones in in Latin. So can you just Does this answer your question, or did I miss it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I just feel like I probably should have made my sketch a bit bigger. Maybe that might be it.
Yeah, maybe. But if you really don't, I don't think you should be like worrying so much about the relationship of caps to ascenders here, just because this capital A here is huge. But it's kind of like a design choice. But if, as I told you when we were talking about ascenders and descenders and how there's not a lot of them in Cyrillic, you can totally make them shorter if you think you're gonna benefit from it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm still not able to share anything. Let me try again. I used an app, but I don't think it works with an app, so I'll just try without an app.
Yeah, there may be some additional iOS settings.
Maybe because I'm only able to share like photos. It says photos, iCloud Drive, and Dropbox when I join. But it said it's my account, so let me see. Okay, maybe this is gonna work. Okay, great. I managed. Cool. I'm also going to be drawing this one, I think. So when, for example, in cases like this, how I would do it is I would start with kind of like letters that are same as in Latin. So in this case, it would be E. So in this case, I'm just going to start with the E first. And then since there is two words, I'm not really sure about what the layout is going to look just yet. So think about that in a second. So could have made this a little bit bigger. Make it like that. And then at this first kind of like batch, I don't really think that much about I don't really think that much about like the details or about anything like that. I'm just trying to see how I can make them all fit first. Then there's an R. I think. Okay, and then I guess I should write for you all the letters I'm going to be drawing here. So now I'm like doing this part right here, and then I'll leave the cap for the end, just because I'm not really sure of how big I want it to be. So I'm also probably gonna have an N here.
I'm sorry, Jovana.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just uploaded some rough sketches.
Great. Yes, let me see them. Yeah, this is great. The thing is that here I see that the second letter you drew, which is the I. Maybe I should upload it so everybody can see it. Maybe I can share the screen here. Here we go. I'll stop sharing. I just stopped sharing on my iPad so I can share here on my computer. Just a second. Okay, can everybody see Han's sketch now? Does it work?
Yes.
Okay, so here, if you let's look at this biggest one here on the bottom. As you can see, the R, which is the P, is kind of the same, so that makes stuff easier. The second letter is the I, and this is a great approach. However, this would be a Roman construction. In Cyrillic, the script, the shape we use for the script and for the italic looks like a lowercase u. So granted, that's the only thing I would say you could change and improve here. Instead of using the Roman construction, you could use the italic one and then have it connect to the bottom and not to the top of B. Because when we look at the B, we kind of like treat it as the O. So if you had an O, you would sometimes be able to connect it to the top, but usually you can still connect O on the bottom. So here the only thing would be to connect it on the bottom. Everything else is good. So A is okay. R is kind of like follows the lowercase p, and this is the right construction for the N. I is, so as you can see here, you use the correct form for the I. However, here in the first one you opted for the Roman construction, and then A is fine. It's here in Se, just so since like in a cursive, I and Se, these two last shapes are really similar. The only thing that makes them different is this kind of like let's call it leg, which is this descending part of the letter. You have to make it prominent in order for it not to be confused for the letter I. That's the only thing. However, everything I think works great. As I said, this is a really like specific piece of lettering. So I see what you did here with the connecting it to the top of the B, but when you use the other construction of this letter, it's going to get a little bit tougher to connect it to the top. So maybe you could like stick to connecting it to the bottom.
I didn't notice that I used. By the way, that se is I just saw that it's missing a stem. It's not a problem.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? I didn't hear you.
I just saw that the tse, is it the tse or the che? The next to last letter.
That's it.
It's missing a stem. It's fused. That was a kind of a happy accident or a bad accident. I don't know.
So I see a tse here before the A, and then yes, it's missing. You're missing a stem, but if you kind of like look at this shape before tse, that's what a Cyrillic cursive I looks like. So it's pretty much the same as Latin lowercase u. That's the construction.
By the way, I made the re different because I like it when Cyrillic re is round on the top left. So
I'm sorry?
The re, the first letter.
Yes.
I tried to make it, it's a re, right?
Yes, it's an R.
So yeah, I try to make it different than the Latin. I try to make it curvy on the top left because old-fashioned Cyrillic.
Yeah, that works. I mean, as I said, you don't really have to strictly follow Latin. If you think something can benefit from a change, you're more than welcome to change it. Also, I am wondering, did you try, would you like to try to connect B on the bottom?
What?
I'm sorry, would you like to try to connect B on the bottom?
From the E, you mean?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna do a new version.
Okay, great. Yeah, just because also like the tricky part about Cyrillic lowercase b is that sometimes it can look, people who are not like familiar with Cyrillic tend to design it or draw it like a numeral 6, and you should be aware that it should definitely be different from it and tell these two apart. So as I said, B is usually probably the trickiest letter to draw, but also like the one which you can have the most fun with. And also there is a difference between Cyrillic B and the Russian B as well. I'm wondering, is anybody else maybe ready to share anything?
I dropped in something very quick and rough, and I'm having trouble drawing because I've got a toddler on my lap and it's 4 a.m. in the morning.
Sorry. Okay, I'll look at it.
It's all good. It's super rough. I can see lots of problems, but it's fun. It's fun to start.
Great. Let me share this one as well. Okay, here we go. Okay, can everybody see it?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is really cool. I really like it, and to be honest, it's looking good. The only thing the first thing I see here is the contrast. Is the contrast in the first letter, which is the V or the Latin B. The shape is pretty much the same as the one in Latin. So I think you should make these two curves of the B on the right, the curved strokes, thick, and then all the horizontals should be thin. And I think that way it looks like all the weight is now going to the is on the left side of the letter. However, it should be balanced. So you should have thick strokes here on these curves of the B. The other things are looking nice. I really like how you drew the nye, which is the one before the last letter. It's really nice, and I think you got the proportions right, because usually this letter nye looks like N, and is like it follows the construction of the uppercase H, but it's just a lowercase letter. And usually nye since it's so wide, it's an N and then this ball on the side. We usually make N a little bit narrower in this N shape, and I think you did a great job. Here in Che, it's really nice that you followed, I guess, the height of the Che followed the height of the top part of the E. The Che is the third letter, and I guess that's what you had in mind, to follow the height of the top part of the E. However, since this letter can get a lot of white space on the bottom, we sometimes want to like move this whole bowl on top a little bit lower. So you might benefit from that, and you might get rid of all this like white space. And you can sometimes look at the Nye letter, which is the one before last, and then look at this white space you have on top of the curvy part, and then try to translate it to Che and keep these two white parts the same. But it's looking great.
Fantastic, thank you.
Great. Anybody else that'd like to share something? We still have around 10-ish minutes. Or if you are not ready to share, if you're not finished, do you guys have any questions for me, or?
I have a question.
Yes.
I was a question. Can I show you J that I'm gonna see if native can?
Yes.
Well, share screen, or am I not allowed?
I think, I don't know if participants are allowed to share screen.
Yep, you should be allowed.
Okay, great.
Be brutal if you want.
Oh, that's a pretty interesting approach. Yeah, it's cool. So what I was saying before about J is how it's pretty much a K shape, K shape, then is flipped and adjusted optically a little bit. So it's a little bit like narrower in the waist. This is a really interesting approach. It could totally, like, it could work for a piece of lettering or for like a logo type. I don't think it would be pretty wise to use a construction like this in type design, because I think if it would be maybe too ornamental, but it's nice. Also, maybe you could benefit from having the left leg, so the left bottom stroke, a little bit thicker there.
Okay.
If you compare the right and the left bottom strokes, like bottom legs, you can see the right one is a lot heavier from the left one, and I think you should gain some more weight there.
So it can be used for display. It's not completely alien.
I mean, I can definitely tell it's a J. I've never seen a construction like this, so it's pretty interesting. You could use it, as I said. It could work for like a logo type or for branding, as you know, probably now not like in type design, just because it would become too much and think it's too ornamental. But it's interesting as long as you manage to like balance those like thin and thick strokes. It works.
Thank you.
Okay. As I said, if you guys need more time, you can always send me stuff. You can always email me stuff, or I will also post it on Discord, my email and my Instagram, and then I can give you feedback there. Since yeah, 1 hour is not really a lot. Anybody else has anything they would like to share?
Do you have book resources or any sort of great references that you could share for people learning?
Yes, there's also like a really interesting website I came across the other day, and it has a really nice collection of Cyrillic type design books and just type design books in general in Cyrillic. So I can post that link on Discord. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be helpful. It's not only lettering, there is a lot of calligraphy and a lot of like, it's also a collection of specimens. So I think it's really nice if you're just like starting out with Cyrillic and would like to look at the different things. So I'll post that on Discord as soon as our workshop is finished.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. So I think we only have a few. Okay, there is a final version of front. Let's see. Oh, this is great, actually. Okay, let me share it with everyone so everyone can see this. Here we go. Okay, so Hrant applied the corrections we talked about, and yeah, this is looking great. I really like it now. So this is what I kind of like had in mind when I talked about the Cyrillic I and its cursive construction. I like that you made the tail or the leg on the tse more prominent, because now you can definitely tell it's a tse. If you want to go even further, you might be able to like, but that's like really displaced, you might be able to loop the
Hello everybody, my name is Hatem Aidid, but I frequently go by Arbaab. I do a lot. I'm sort of a translator and video editor, I'm sort of an author and illustrator, but perhaps most importantly, I'm a Nubian type designer, and as of now, I think the main Nubian type designer. And the funny thing is, just 1 year ago, I didn't really think about the Nubian script or Nubian type design in any real depth. And I know I wasn't alone in this. Very few people know that the Nubian languages are written, including Nubians. And the few who do know are more focused on the very fact that you can write and type in Nubian and how they can spread this knowledge, as opposed to the aesthetics of the script. The steps it takes to even know Nubian is written are so monumental that the Nubian literate kind of take it for granted that the Nubian script as we see it today on, social media, or in YouTube videos, or in books, is the same as what old Nubian scribes used. And with this in mind, we have people passionately promoting the revival of this old way of writing Nubian. The truth is, though, Nubian writing, as we see it on the screen, actually has very little to do with the ancient writing that it hopes to replicate. And a part of the reason for this is that type designers, like me, took it for granted that Nubian, as it appears on screen today, is the same as what the Nubian scribes of old used. The thing is, typefaces shape how we imagine a script. And a lot of times, when someone comes to design a typeface, their main reference is other typefaces. As a field, type design promotes efficiency and reuse of assets, and most of all, precedent. But in the case of Nubian, we need to take a careful look at how the current precedent was set. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. The birth of Nubian type design as a byproduct of the revival of the Nubian script, and the type of reboot I think the field needs. So, our story begins in the region between the 1st and the 6th cataracts of the Nile, in modern-day South Egypt and northern Sudan, or, in other words, Nubia. The Kingdom of Kush, which was at the time this major African superpower and home to one of the world's oldest writing systems, has fallen for rather complicated historical reasons, and 3 new kingdoms take its place. The Kingdom of Migi, better known as Nobatia, the Kingdom of Makuria, and the Kingdom of Alua. And we'll zoom in on Migi because it's here, around the 6th century, by many historians' estimates, that we see a new script take shape. You see, the Kingdom of Kush had its own writing system. It was based on ancient Egyptian writing, and we call it Meroitic. It had a hieroglyphic form and a cursive form, with the cursive form not only being older, but also being used in about 90% of Meroitic texts, for just about everything, from funerary texts to documents of political history, to all sorts of graffiti. But, as is the case with other peoples worldwide, for the Kushites, religious change meant script change. When the Kingdom of Kush fell in about 350 CE, we were seeing the increased influence of Christianity in the region. And with that, we saw the increased influence of the Greek alphabet. King Silko, who's credited with the founding of the Kingdom of Migi, actually had a famous inscription detailing the founding of this kingdom, written in Greek. So when the 3 kingdoms of Nubia become officially Christian in the 6th century, it's no real surprise that we see a Greek-based script emerge as the official alphabet of the state. However, at the same time, Nubians had their own way of writing Greek letters, and that's what so many people forget. You see, Nubians already had a writing tradition by the time they converted to Christianity, and in fact, Greek didn't do a great job at representing all the sounds that Nubian needed. So the Nubians were resourceful. They took some letters from Coptic as well as from Meroitic, and combined those with Greek to make their own unique alphabet. But Nubians had their own way of writing Greek as well. Rather than write things upright, as was done in Egypt, the majority of Nubian texts are written on the slant. There are also certain peculiarities associated with individual letter forms in Nubian that made it so that hundreds of years later, British archaeologists who couldn't speak Nubian were still able to tell the difference between Nubian texts and Coptic texts just by looking at them. And for the next 9 centuries, we have this immense independent writing tradition, used primarily for religious texts, but also for personal letters and legal documents. And then religious changes again. In the 15th century, the Christian kingdoms of Nubia fall and give way to brand new Islamic state structures. And with that, we see a new change in script. Instead of the Greek, Coptic, and Meroitic-based Nubian alphabet, we have the Arabic script instead. Not only that, we stop seeing inscriptions written in the Nubian language. Period. We know for a fact that a lot of the people leading the new Arabic written culture in this region were Nubians, including the founder of Sudan's capital city, Arbaab al-Agaid, but they never used their literacy skills to write the Nubian language, at least as far as we know. And so we have hundreds of years of basically darkness. The Nubian script is more or less extinct. The very few Nubian texts that we do have are written in the Latin and Arabic scripts, and those don't show up until the 19th century, well into the colonial period. Not to mention, the Nubian language itself is also in a radically different position than it was during the time that Nubian writing flourished. Prior to the 15th century, Nubian was the language of the state, and while we can say with relative certainty that the people of the 3 kingdoms were multilingual, probably speaking a number of Nubian languages, alongside languages like Bidya and Arabic, Nubian was the dominant language. But by the 19th century, Arabic is the dominant language, and Nubian is no longer a lingua franca between ethnic groups. Not to mention that groups that probably spoke Nubian at some point, like the Ya'aniyin and the Shoaiga, are increasingly monolingual in Arabic. And then in the 20th century, we see the decline of the Nubian languages accelerate. Nubia is split across 2 countries thanks to colonial borders, Egypt and Sudan, and both of these new states openly promote an oppressive Arab nationalist agenda, and with the increasing influence of the education system, as well as the increasing connection between Arabic and people's economic future, more and more Nubians are leaving Nubia for work and are leaving the Nubian language behind. Then in the 1950s, we see absolute disaster strike, as the construction of the Aswan High Dam forces thousands of Nubian families out of their homes and into majority Arabophone towns where, with the lack of state support, their languages decline even further. There is a stigma around speaking Nubian in these countries. People in Sudan literally call it Rodana, meaning gibberish, implying that it's not really a language, but something lesser. We see Nubian slip away further and further with each successive generation. And at the same time, we see an increased sense of urgency by Nubians around protecting their language and their culture. Enter the 90s. You see, when the Aswan High Dam was built, there was an international campaign to save as many Nubian artifacts as possible, and this leads to an explosion of people researching Nubian history, including the old Nubian documents from that 3 kingdoms era of Nubia. By the early 90s, we have researchers who discovered Nubian writing through these artifacts gain an interest in passing on this knowledge to other speakers of the language. I won't bore you too much with details, but long story short, by the 90s, we have 3 different Nubian-led associations promoting Nubian writing in the United Arab Emirates, in Egypt, and in Sudan. Someone named Abdul Qadir Shalabi, who I have a photo of on the right, who was living in the UAE, teams up with someone named Dr. Mukhtar Khalil Kabbara in Egypt, who I have on the left, and they produce what is, in effect, the rebirth of Nubian writing. The book is called Nobinga Sikir Faiwa. In other words, how do we write Nubian? And the book seeks to answer its own question. it makes a case for using the Nubian alphabet to write the modern Nubian languages and demonstrates how this can be done. For our purposes though, what I want to focus is on the typeface used. This here, that you can see on the right, and as well as on the cover of the book, is Sophia Nubian, a typeface designed by the SIL and basically the most iconic Nubian typeface. Up until this year, when my font came out, it was the only typeface for the script with Nubian in its name, and its impact is visible. A lot of people, when they tried to write Nubian for the first time, tried to mimic Sophia, as you can see in this picture here. And this was even the case for me when I started out writing Nubian. The issue is though, for reasons likely lost to time, Sophia isn't based on Old Nubian writing, even though it's Old Nubian writing which inspired Sophia's audience to use the font in the first place. In reality, it's based on two of Nubian's sister scripts, both of which have a better established type design tradition: Greek and, more importantly, Coptic, which is, if you remember, the Greek-based script used in Egypt, Nubia's neighbor. Not only is Sophia based on Coptic, it uses a very highly Latinized Coptic, with a lot of its independent letter forms being more reminiscent of English ones than anything from Coptic or Nubian manuscripts. Sophia also doesn't have a slant. It doesn't have the unique letter forms that make Nubian Nubian. It doesn't have Nubian letter proportion, and its version of Nubian's unique Meroitic-based letters are near unrecognizable from their manuscript forms. Yet, this is how so many people encounter Nubian writing for the first time. Sophia is the model that people tried to mimic, and, if not for some serious intervention, it's what type designers will try to mimic as well, and I've seen this. I've had someone send me a beautiful new Nubian typeface which uses Sophia as its basis. When I first started to design Nubian, I used a lot of Sophia's letter as the basis of my letter forms until I chose to model them more closely to manuscripts. In principle, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we have to remember the goal of writing Nubian. It's not a technical decision, it's a personal one. People like Dr. Gaber revived Nubian writing as a way to connect to their ancestors and this heritage that was being violently weathered away by the countries that Nubians were calling home. Yet, this precious heritage makes little impression on the aesthetics of Sophia. That is what I call part one of the revival of Nubian writing. Pioneers like Dr. Gaber and Shalabi bring Nubian writing back into public consciousness and ignite within many people a desire to see this writing system flourish. But the thing is, they were held back by technical limitations. So in the transition from old Nubian manuscripts to the typed Nubian that reintroduced Nubian writing to so many people, we lose the unique character of the Nubian script. So how do we solve this? Like I said earlier, in type design, there is a tendency to rely on precedent, namely typed precedent when developing fonts. But when we design Nubian, we have to recognize that the main font being used to write it is actually counter to the goals of the entire Nubian script revival. This is the mindset behind what I call part two of the revival of Nubian writing. We are blessed with the work of Dr. Gaber before us, as well as the power of modern technology to allow us to fully achieve what he and his contemporaries initially set out to do. Nowadays, we can find an old Nubian manuscript just by writing those words in Google Images, and that, not Sophia, is what should be the basis for Nubian typefaces. This was the idea presented by Joel Mitchell of Faros Press when he began developing the Faros typeface, where I have some examples of letters here compared to their manuscript forms, as well as their forms in Sophia and Antunuo, which is a very famous Coptic font that's often used to write Nubian as well. Faros is still a work in progress, but it is the spirit of Faros which drove the development of my font, Sawara the Nubian, where I also have some examples of letters, which is now the first publicly available Nubian typeface that's actually based on old Nubian manuscripts. Okay, so from a technical standpoint, how do we reinsert Nubian's individuality into Nubian writing? The first thing to get right is ductus, ductus, ductus. To design Nubian, we need to write Nubian, and thankfully the ancestors left us with a way to learn to do that. They like to use thick pens, so when you look at something like the Bita in an old manuscript, you can see, based on which parts are thick versus thin, how the scribe went about writing the letter, which in this case is with 3 strokes, instead of about 2 or 1, depending on who you ask in English. On the Twitter page, Gerifai Omir, which I co-manage with Joel Mitchell and Rami Daoud, there are a series of videos that detail exactly how to go about writing each Nubian letter if analyzing manuscripts isn't your thing. The next thing is letter proportions. A lot of Nubian texts like to have extreme descenders and ascenders, giving the script this really extravagant look at times with the types of flags and tails you get from letters. Nubian also has certain letters that are actually shorter than what you will find in their counterparts in other scripts, like the lambda. Or you have letters that are much bigger than their counterparts in other scripts, which, if we look back at the slide here, you can see the letter phi is way bigger than you would expect in something like Greek or English. So again, the ancestors have kind of left us all the clues, and there's no shame in straight up tracing a letter to get a sense of what it's supposed to look like. That's what I did for a lot of Sawadit's forms in order to properly replicate the script. The third thing is the slant, which is one of Nubian's most iconic aesthetic features. Sometimes people who write with Sophia try to replicate this by italicizing the script, but there are a lot of subtleties that they overlook. The Nubian slant behaves differently on different letters. Most slant right, but a few slant left, and many don't slant at all. Replicating the Nubian slant means thinking of the slant as an inherent property of the letters versus a modifier to default forms, which is usually how we think of the slant when designing Greek type or English type. And this is why I also advocate against making, say, a variable font if you're trying to replicate the Nubian slant, or designing letters upright and then slanting them later. The Nubian slant requires an individualized approach to the different letters. But I want to stress this is of comparatively less importance in contrast with dectus and letter proportions. There are upright Nubian texts which still look Nubian because of how the letters are written or proportioned. Again, type design has this powerful ability to shape how we imagine scripts, especially today. For a lot of people, the first time they encounter something not written in the dominant language may be online and therefore through a typeface. This is especially true of scripts that aren't formally taught in the education system. Type will provide the model for writing, not vice versa. As a result, when designing any endangered script, especially one with a long history like Nubian, there needs to be extra special attention paid to what the typeface takes as its model. For most of the scripts that people design typefaces for, other typefaces already have done the work of translating the manuscript tradition of the script into type, but we shouldn't take for granted that this is the case with every script. We see the struggle with the Javanese script from Indonesia, for instance, and we have the same struggle with Nubian. To complete the revival that Dr. Gaber started to make a beautiful Nubian type design future, we need to go back and give Nubian heritage the respect that it deserves. Nubian individuality can coexist with modern type design standards. Sawarda proves that. So type designers should respect the individuality and respect that the audience is trying to connect with their ancestors. And I think the results will be beautiful. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Gaber. I am a type designer and researcher from Egypt, currently based in Amsterdam to work on my master's at Sandberg Institute. Thank you, TypeWknd, so much for this chance to share with you my questions and my research project. And the trip through finding answers to some of these questions. Today, I want to talk about the status quo of contemporary Arabic type, but I want to tell this, I want to open this subject through an experience that I went through in a specific project that initiated the research I'm working on now. So, like over a year ago, I was commissioned by a tech company to work on adding Arabic support to one of its typefaces, and the project targets to cover the Arabic script, supporting and providing the typeface for millions of users, and to aid the decision-making process, the client had a group of consultants as the client, the decision makers for the client were not native Arabic speakers, so they had a group of consultants to help with this, which enriched the conversation I'm about to share with you. And I would sum this conversation around the keyword contemporary, if you may say, and I will explain in a minute why specifically contemporary is the keyword that can explain the dialogues and the discussions that we will be sharing now. So from the beginning, knowing that the typeface will be covering a wide range of views and targeting a very group of Arabic readers, right from the beginning, I made a clear decision to take the inspiration and to take the source of information for this typeface from manuscripts, while understanding that the typeface is targeting a brand of a tech company, so it also needs to be having this like fresh look, if you can describe it this way. While I started taking this inspiration from the manuscripts for the design itself and proceeding with the design, this opened a very interesting discussion with the client and with the consultants mainly, which was in one of the feedbacks from the consultants. They described some of the letters of the typeface, or specifically some of the aesthetical features or the aesthetic feel of the typeface to be archaic and not to be contemporary enough, and that it doesn't really feel contemporary. And to find a specific answer to this, so I had to ask what is actually contemporary. Like, I had to ask this to the consultants, and I had to ask this to myself as well. Like, if I need to design a typeface and to make sure that it is contemporary, then I have to understand what does it even mean. Like, what does the keyword actually mean for me? And in process of trying to find an answer to this, actually, I found that the same wondering is not only for me in this position. Actually, I found that there is other type designers for other scripts trying to find an identification to the same question of what actually is a contemporary typeface. Like, what are the group of features or the list of targets that when you start hitting them, you would have a typeface that you can clearly say this is contemporary. And even when I started to look for answers for this, I could not really find an agreed upon answer. if it's a set of aesthetical features that define this, or if it's like a time-based situation that defines this is contemporary, this is not, and this is archaic, and that's not. And which is like this debate, I expected it. Like I think it's a very natural questioning to be existing in a globalization flourishing situation. We are trying to like draw the lines between the cultures that are melting, and between trying to find and trying to preserve your own identity in everything that is happening. But again, to go back to my research and to try to find this answer, I tried to study the aesthetical features of group of famous typefaces. Some of the typefaces I saw them commonly used in the Arab world by graphic designers and by famous brands in general. So, and I tried to differentiate or do a comparison between the features of these typefaces, trying to compare between the presence of a Latin influence in the design itself regarding the metrics, the features of the design, and the manuscript influenced, or the more like preserving of authentic Arabic features in the design, and between the feeling of a traditional typeface and a more of a modern design. And as I do this look, I found that amongst the most famous modern typefaces for Arabic that were used and produced in the last 10 years or 15 years or so, the most common feature is a specific presence of metrics and design features that were produced for the aim of aiding the matchmaking process, and which led to like a bigger midsection area, sometimes sharing a lot of aesthetical features with the Latin accompanying typeface. And it appears to me that in the discussion I was having earlier with the consultants, that when these features, when these like specific metrics of higher midsection area and so on were not present, this automatically gave the feeling that yeah, this is archaic, and this will be causing legibility issues, because users now are used to this specific feature. They are more common to see these spacings and these high midsection area that now is defining what is contemporary and what's not when it came to the aesthetic part. Something that I did not necessarily agree on, like I still felt that for the common Arabic reader, there is still a relationship present between the reader and the manuscripts, and the reader and the calligraphic heritage of the Arabic. I feel like this relationship still exists, and it needs to be taken in consideration more in the process of design. And as I still work on this research and time passes by a bit, an amazing update happens, which is more political, I understand, but in the same time, it was like a very eye-opening update, actually. So in I think it was the spring of 2021, a great uprising happened in Palestine, in Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, and as the reporters, journalists, and many activists in the region were trying to cover the stories coming out from Sheikh Jarrah and coming out from Palestine, we started to notice this oppressive presence of algorithms on Instagram and on Facebook that any topics that had the word Palestine in it, or had any keywords related to the uprising, the post will be blocked and or banned or shadowed. And I will explain in a bit how this is related to the topic of contemporary. And when this happened, which is common and been happening in the last couple of years, people noticing like an oppressive presence for the sovereignty of these algorithms. To counter this and to work around it, journalists and activists actually worked with a very archaic or old solution, which they started to write the statuses, the updates, and even articles using the very old non-diacritic version of Arabic that had, which is like the very version of Arabic that had no marks or dots in it, which can make the readability of it a little bit challenging, but it still relies on this factor of familiarity to aid the ability to read the script, or to help you in the process of reading, which what happened by in the most modern time. And it actually worked because it worked in fooling the algorithm. At the end of it, the shadow banning for a little bit was a little easier than it was. But seeing this solution, seeing users actually using a very old version of Arabic in very common and very contemporary medium as the social media, was wide opening for me, that it's not necessarily the fact that users now just want a specific spoon-fed statistical features to the typefaces to be able to read it. Actually, they depended more on familiarity in this situation, to share statuses, to write long articles using a dotless Arabic, and it actually worked just fine. Or at least for the purpose of trying to counter this sovereignty of the algorithms. So in this contrast of questioning what, or trying to find answers to what is contemporary, what really sits the measures of modernity, the real questioning here was not really, like, at the end of it, I found that the real questioning here was not really only to the answer of these questions. It actually led me to question the body of knowledge that we have for the Arabic typeface or type design. What do we have that we can agree on? What is the status of this body of knowledge, and how can we rely on it? How can we, as a community of type designers, or as type designers uprising and trying to learn more about Arabic type design, how can they find this body of knowledge and rely on it? And not to be surprised, I found that the status of this body of knowledge is similar to the status of Arabic type design, or the status of the development of Arabic type design, is that it also inherited this bit of delay in its development of this body of knowledge, which actually led me to work on this new project. It's called Type Platform, and the idea for this project is to open discussions with type designers from the global south in general, but with more focus on the Swana region, inviting type designers from Iran, from Egypt, from Morocco, from Sudan, from all over the region, to have more of like an open discussion on these questions, on what defines contemporary to each of us? How are we dealing with the status of the body of knowledge we have for the type design? How are we as individual designers dealing with these questions and with these situations when you have to decide between relying on the manuscript or trying to do something innovative while breaking a little bit of rules or not? And within this project, we already started, and we recently had a discussion with Amir Mahdi, who shared with us his methodology of research and how he handles his work. He's also one of the type designers that in their work features a lot of calligraphic feel. And in a recent talk, he shared with us the role of calligraphy and the heritage of calligraphy in inspiring his work. So I would really love to welcome your questions about like my trip, if you may say, and of course welcome you to watch the video of the interview with Amir, as I find it extremely informative and helpful to everyone. And thank you so much for this chance to share this with you.
font in your inbox every single month. Font of the month.
Hi, my name is Joana Correia. I'm from Portugal, and I would like to make a small presentation about strategy and the business part of having a foundry producing fonts. I'm from Porto, in Portugal, and I have my own small foundry. I run Nova Type Foundry as creating my own fonts and selling my own fonts since 2018. I've been a freelancer type designer since 2011. This is, well, my website, just you can take a look if you want to see more. And just a recent typeface, Loretta, that I designed recently. This is also another company where I collaborate with Schriftlabor, where I am the project manager and art director. I want to start by like many things that I wish I knew when I started out as a type designer. So I will share a few things I believe are important. A disclaimer here, I'm always thinking of talking about type design and fonts as a business. It can be a side project as well, but it's important to make it profitable, to continue playing the game of creating more fonts. When you create fonts, you might want to think about, do some soul searching before you start, or as you go when you start designing fonts. You need to answer some questions of who are you and what makes you unique. What's your story, because this will be super important to how you will communicate, and it's very important because it will also makes you different from the other foundries, the other designers, and that will be definitely a plus for your communication and your work and how you market yourself and your brand. For example, you can think about who are you designing for and who is your audience, because you can design very different things for very different people. You can choose to focus on script fonts that can be for advertising and packaging, or you can choose to focus on text fonts for editorial purpose, or you can choose to be yourself and just to explore different styles and be more eclectic, which is more or less what I do in this case. Also thinking about specific fonts and products that you're creating as in the design process, which I'm not going to talk so much about, but always thinking about what is your font for, what does it offer that is different, what is the kind of problem that you're solving for your clients. Is it because you're creating a very technical font with many weights that gives them the options to choose between many styles, or are you giving them something to delight them in very display font, display design, that it's very communicative, it has a lot of emotion? So what are you going for when you're designing the fonts? This is important to think about in the design process of the fonts, but also for when you want to market the fonts, when you want to communicate your work. And this is like super important for the brand. What is the value that you want to create with your fonts? So when you're designing, you have to think about, what am I doing this? What is your mission in a sense? You want to create value for your customers with a lot of good features like OpenType features and variations, or you just want to delight them by producing a very focused design. So this is really important to have and to understand and to stick to that ideal and to that standard. Create like a design standard for yourself. So if you create this mission and this idea for you, what is your goal with your fonts and creating your work and your brand, this will make it more consistent when you're communicating, when you are interacting with your customers. Well, we're not changing the world, but we are creating a good type and contributing to a better and great communication between our communities. Just a story, I recently saw one of my typefaces, lemongrass, being used in an outdoor in an hospital in the US. I saw this in the news video on YouTube, and it was super interesting. It said, like, let's do this together about vaccination and about COVID. And it felt like something important in a way that my font is inspiring other people to, pursue whatever it is. But in this case, it felt like really important and showing that fonts can really be influential in our daily lives. So creating this value and having these thoughts in your mind, in the background in your mind when you're creating your designs, it's great. So and you have a purpose when you're designing them. You understand what you are working for, and they can be very different purposes. So you have to choose and to take a look at what you value the most for yourself. So what kind of product we talked about? I would like to talk about the building of a brand. As you know, it can be time consuming and it's not overnight. So you have to be patient into doing this. One of the things I wish I knew was when I started was immediately starting to set a name for myself through a website, through social media, or really at the time it wasn't that strong as it is today, or also like creating your own name, like instead of using a different name, using just your name for the font company, for example. I think it can be really important, or choosing a name and then going with it. But it takes time. It takes consistent communication, showing your work and your process, and sharing and participating in all the communication out there for foundries and for fonts. So creating your voice and practicing through writing, for example, it can be really important. So if, for example, if you like to blog, then it can be a good way to put your brand out there. But I'll talk more about that in the tactics. What's important here as well, building your brand, is of course designing as many fonts as you can in the beginning at least, and definitely to create, to practice the design and to have a voice, to start having a different your own voice in design, seeing different possibilities. And again, when you're deciding what kind of product you want to focus on, maybe in the beginning you don't know, which is okay. So then if you test the different styles and you test yourself, then you can find, oh, my, the people that are buying my fonts and they prefer this style I'm doing, maybe it's worth going there if you like it, of course. Or you can choose which styles you want to focus on, depending on how your skills are developing as well. So I think that takes time, and definitely it's important to take your time to do that. So then it comes to more of the marketing strategy itself. So all of this that we talked about already, it's part of that marketing strategy, because you need to know who you are and what you're serving, who are your customers, getting to know very well, trying to be there for them. But one of the most important things in marketing, it's positioning, which you can find more of in books and very great books that you can find about this. But the core of it is to position yourself in the mind of the customer. How you want to position yourself. Is it going to be because you're a very good type designer for script fonts, brush fonts, text fonts? So having a category usually helps to position people in people's mind, but that doesn't mean it needs to be. You can be recognized as a very creative type designer, font or brand that has a lot of new fonts. Of course, as I said, producing a lot of fonts in the beginning is good, so people get to notice your different projects and your different material. So positioning yourself and thinking about this is a really important subject, and something that you should do and take some time to study, to look at. Because again, as I learned from my experience, it's really important to study, to read some books about marketing, strategy, positioning, and even other issues that will kind of, help you understand the business in itself and how you can communicate with people. For the generation of social media, I can say that probably is easier to communicate and to be out there for your clients. It wasn't so much when I started, and I'm not such a social media person, but it's super important more than anything to be real, honest, and communicating. Again, where would you offer your fonts? So now we come to the also marketing strategy of how you're going to sell your fonts and where. It's very important to know the channels that you have available for doing that. There are many different ones, and there's also different strategies for this. So one of the strategies is to be in every retailer available to you, or choosing some of them, like having some of your fonts in one of them and then having other kinds of fonts that you design in another retailer, to make it more varied, and also understanding that each platform will have different customers and clients. This is very important, even though as type designers, we know that it's so hard to produce one font and it takes so long, then it's normal to see the same font in many different platforms, even if sometimes, it doesn't feel like they match so well, but it's a way of really getting the sales. So you might choose different platforms for your projects to sell them, but you may also choose to sell on your own website, where you can get the full royalties, which is great, but it's also a lot of work, a lot of investment to get people to your website. So it really, my advice would be to do your own website after you have some market experience and you have some following of your clients, and you already have some following that people will be happy to go to your own store and to buy directly. Of course, there are foundries that are doing this very well, like our typography, Grillitype, Dynamo, Offler is also one that only sells directly on their website. So there's many people that you can take a look at and inspire yourself, or you can, most designers and most foundries actually sell on most platforms, but you can also see the difference in the communication in the foundries that still sell on their website, but they are present in most of the famous platforms that you know. So because there's a way, this is the best way to get more sales, of course, but it doesn't mean that the other option, selling only on your website, is not going to be profitable, which it is for these foundries that really stick with it and are consistent and have a very specific audience. So this is also a possibility. To grow your brand, yeah, I would say that the higher investment is the website. It's very important to have a website at some point. It doesn't have to have a shop, but you can have a shop later. But definitely it's great to have your own page so that people can communicate directly to you. But I wouldn't advise to do this right in the beginning, but wait for a while and wait for you to experiment, to find your voice, and then showing off better on your website. So the last thing, okay, so I talked the place of many, sorry. So now we'll talk about the tactics of the marketing. Just not a lot because there's not so much time, but I will try to focus on the important parts. So when you know who you are and where you want to be, you need to implement this strategy. As you know, of course, social media will be very important to show your work and to build your brand. I would say experiment as much as you can with different platforms and different mediums, because, for example, you can choose what you do best and what you prefer. If you like to do videos, you know, you can do videos. If you like to write and blog or tweeting, it can be a very powerful tool as well. So I mean, you can create many different kinds of content, not just showing the work, but showing the process, talking about yourself and or talking about the brand. So there are many ways of creating content marketing for social media and blogging as well. So this is definitely, there are many books that talk about this part, and I recommend This is Marketing by Seth Godin, because again, what it talks about is that you don't need to please everyone, so you can focus on just a small part of the market. Like you can say, okay, I only need 1,000 true fans that like my work, so I can be myself, so I don't have to please everyone. And this is super important because, again, like I said, you need to find what makes you unique, what's you, honest, true, and open, because this will create a better connection and empathy with your customers. If you don't like to show yourself so much, so you can focus on the brand specifically and the brand values and keep those always in your communication. That, as we talked about, it should be consistent, it should be real, and again, be consistent because you will need time to see the results of this. It can take a year, it can take 2 years to get more clients and to get more visibility, but definitely it's worth the time if you persist. Again, type design is a very different thing. It's a very complicated and long task, so focus on making a good product. So that will be always good marketing. Again, all the business part is super important to know and to manage well, but of course the design will always be a very good and very important part of the business, because if you create a bad product, it doesn't matter if you create very good communications if the projects are not so good. I would say then implement, review, and try to go to it again. Try to review and correct all the tactics and how you're communicating. But one of the most important things will be to be consistent with your mission. Again, your values, your mission, what you're looking to do, and keeping that in the back of your mind when you're designing, creating a new product. And And I didn't even talk about pricing, and that's a whole different thing that you should definitely do some searching about, because pricing will also be a marketing strategy, because you can work in many different ways. You can have high price and focus on specific clients, or you can have, you know, mid price where you are more or less even with the market, or you can even go lower if you really want to sell a lot quantity. So there's still a lot of things that I couldn't in this short talk to talk about, but there are many books that can help you find this, some interesting community discussions on these subjects as well. So I would like to finish off just by talking about some digital trends, that everything is a subscription now, everything is platform-based, and social videos are getting more and more important in terms of the content that we talked about and how people interact. Artificial intelligence will also be super important, especially used in the platforms that are selling the fonts. So like finding the typefaces and matching them with the like different fonts. So this is going to be super big. So the all subscription idea, it's super important because, as you know, with typefaces and fonts, this is already happening with like Adobe subscription, where you can have access to all the fonts. There's like Font of the Month Club, where you have a subscription, you pay and you get some fonts each month. You get one new font and you can have access to other fonts. So this is like super important, and you can also explore the digital trends of e-commerce, because in a way type design, I mean fonts are definitely an asset for e-commerce. So you can focus on how e-commerce trends are going, and you can try to adapt them to the reality of font design. The platform base, we all know that, so all the big retailers are actually platforms, and these platforms have many functionalities and many users, and we need to be in them if we want to connect and to be there present for the clients. Or we can create our own platforms, which would be interesting, and some people are doing that, like Future Fonts. It's also a platform which is amazing for young type designers and even more established ones to communicate with the user. No? So I want to thank you. I'll finish now.
Hi there, everyone. I'm excited to have the opportunity to present to you a project that I've worked on over the past year concerning Indigenous language revitalization and preservation for syllabics-using Indigenous communities in Canada, which was to prepare Unicode proposals to revise the digital text standards for technical issues that some of these communities were experiencing, either in the representation of their characters, the correct representation of their characters, or in adding new characters to the Unicode standard that these communities were missing. This project was part of a larger project concerning the syllabics that I've been working on with Typotheque for the past year. And what we've been doing is, in our mission for this project was to comprehensively research the typographic preferences at the local level for individual communities, to understand what their needs and preferences were for the syllabics, as well as to understand and document any technical issues or barriers that they were experiencing that we could find technical solutions for. In a lot of cases, many of the communities outside of the Eastern Inuktitut dialect communities, as well as the Cree communities in Canada and Ojibwe communities, they have very good representation in the Unicode standard. However, many of the Dene communities that are in the western part of Canada, as well as the Western Inuktitut dialect, Natchilingmiutut, do not have as comprehensive technical support at this text standard level, or even representative support within the Unicode standard and in currently available typefaces. So what we did was we reached out and made and built relationships with local language keepers in these Indigenous communities, and we asked them and listened to them and allowed them to explain what their problems were. Technically speaking, representatively speaking, we noted all of these issues, and then we went to try to find technical solutions to help them. And something that became very apparent was that there was a need, for instance, in the Natchilingmiutut dialect of Western Inuktitut, there was a need for adding 12 syllabic characters that their orthography was simply missing from Unicode, so they couldn't actually write their language properly on digital platforms. And as well as the Dakoth community in central British Columbia, in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, they were lacking the accurate representation of their syllabic characters in the Unicode code charts, which had a ripple effect of giving them system-level fonts that did not have the correct representation. And I'll explain a little bit more how that becomes a big barrier in daily use. Why this is really important to research the local typographic preferences and research technical barriers that these communities are experiencing is because these communities are fighting very hard right now to just revitalize and preserve and hold on to their languages, because language is central to their culture and retaining their cultural knowledge and traditions. So if they lack technical support at the text standards level, they're not able to transmit their language in a written way and to document it for future generations, or even to allow current generations to engage in the process of learning and relearning their language and culture. So being able to work in this way, we're providing language tools and going right to this text standard level so that we can provide a framework for developing comprehensive new typefaces, or even just developing a glyph set for these new typefaces. Because often when we engage in typeface design for more comprehensively supported scripts like Latin, Greek, Cyrillic, when we engage in typeface design for scripts such as these, we can just open up our font design application and start. We have a design concept and we have parameters for a project, and we can just start executing. We don't have to think about, do I have the technical means to even prepare a font for this community? We just work. But with these communities, or font design for these communities, that doesn't exist. In fact, there's no font app that has a syllabics glyph set. So we have to define that glyph set first, And part of that means that we have to do this text standard work as well in order to define what that glyph set should be. And then we start designing after community outreach. So really quickly, I'm going to give you a crash course in syllabics typography in terms and conventions, because it will help with what I'm explaining later in the talk. So something inherent to syllabics typography is this concept of rotation. So rotation meaning that a syllabic form, a syllabic character, so a given character that you see in front of you here, will have potentially 4 different rotation positions or axes positions that it can rotate across. So in syllabics typography, many users think about it as either north-west or northeast-southwest, or they would refer to it in particular, the indigenous peoples will often refer to it as the grandfather or grandmother direction. And so what these positions represent is the positions themselves, the orientation rotations, represent a vowel or an inflection of a vowel. So on the top line, you'll see a closed triangular shape. You can think of it like a delta that's rotated across 4 axes, and it will represent a pure vowel in a given series. So e or e, o, a. Then in the subsequent lines below, line 2, 3, 4, you'll see that what these syllabic characters represent is that as a base, they represent a pure consonant, and the orientation of that base syllabic across the 4 rotation positions it can take will represent the inflection of the vowel. So, for instance, in line 2, ne, ni, no, na, ta, ti, to, ta. In syllabics typography, if you're familiar with looking at it, you'll have noticed that there are shrunken or smaller marks that are sometimes small versions of the larger syllabic, full-size syllabic, which is what you see in front of you here in this word, but they can also be abstracted or accented marks that are distinct from the full-size syllabic characters, and they represent a pure consonant, which is also necessary in indigenous languages across across Canada and the United States. So for instance, what we have in syllabics typography is this convention of a series. So we have, for instance, ke, ki, ko, ka, and then the shrunken version of ka represents the pure consonant k. Something that's also important to note in syllabics typography is the importance of having a much wider space, word space, in order to keep syllabics, which have a very wide horizontal stance on a line, in order to keep them legible and to keep the word images distinct, you have to have a much wider word character than Latin, for example. Something also inherently important, which will relate to what I'll talk about in the second half of the presentation, is the difference between these 2 inherent styles, the square form style, which derived in the western part of Canada primarily for the Dene and the western Cree language communities, as well as Blackfoot in their historical use of syllabics, and the round form style, which the round form style on the bottom that you see is the very common form of syllabics that you're probably familiar with seeing if you've seen this writing system. It's the style, that's the typographic style preference that Inuktitut has, which is a big reason why the Unicode code charts have used it, because Inuktitut is implemented at an administrative level, unlike the other language communities. Ojibwe and Cree communities also use the round form style, and these 3 compose the largest speaking groups. However, the Dene communities distinctly prefer to use this style, which you could think of it like a unicase style, although there's no case in syllabics in the writing system. You could think of it as a uni-height style, as opposed to variation in height. Okay. The first proposal that I worked on came from identifying 12 syllabic characters that were missing from the Unified Canadian Aboriginal Syllabics Unicode standard, Unicode set for the Natchalingmutut dialect of Inuktitut. Now, Natchalingmutut, in the context of Inuktitut dialects in Nunavut and Nunavik is quite remote, and it's quite distinct as well. It has distinct sounds that any of the other dialects, even these Western Inuktitut dialects, do not contain. And part of the reason why Natchalingmiutut did not have these syllabics that it required in the text standard was because of its remoteness. If I want to fly, so I'm based in Toronto, that's where I'm speaking to you from right now, or if I was in Montreal and I wanted to fly to Nunavut, first of all, I have to fly into any of these communities. Even if I'm in Iqaluit, I have to fly to any of the other communities. But I can't just take a flight and connect into Iqaluit. What I have to do is I'd have to fly over to Yellowknife or to Edmonton, and then I'd have to connect up into this region that way. So there's no direct flight, really, for most regions. There's a hub of Yellowknife or Edmonton, and then you connect into the region. Now, this remoteness led to when there was a standardization effort in the 1970s by the Inuit Cultural Institute, which was based in Iqaluit. They missed identifying these sounds, these 12 sounds that were required for Natchalingmiutut. And what ended up happening was that standard, which was used as the authority to prepare the Unicode standard to represent Inuktitut and all the dialects, missed those 12 sounds. So here you can see a breakdown of the language dialects. So as I was conducting the initial research on the Inuktitut syllabics as part of this larger syllabics project with Typotheque, I was on the Wikipedia page for Inuktitut, which I will say, I know that we tend to be very skeptical of Wikipedia as a source, but when it comes to syllabics, there's actually a lot of it's actually a good repository of information for syllabics, and it tells you a lot about support and representation because it relies on Unicode. So when I was looking at this comprehensive chart, which was to represent all of the dialects of Inuktitut in Nunavut, including Natchalingmiutut and in Nunavik, I noticed here, I said, oh, this is a huge red flag. Why are there empty boxes for this series? And then why is there this weird thing going on here where you've got a S series, character with an acute accent beside it, or a grave accent baseline shifted down to the baseline? And in reading the footnotes, I noticed these are found in Natchalingmiutut, but not yet in Unicode. So they're showing here an image, but this is not yet in Unicode. So I said, okay, there's a technical issue that this community's must be experiencing. So what I did was I went and did some digging and tried to find out more, and I came across this article from 2011 of the teacher Nilaulak, who developed these syllabic characters with the firm Hadlari Consulting. They developed these syllabics characters for use in the community, and they developed font tools in working in conjunction with Tiro Typeworks, which gave them a localized font, but they didn't have Unicode code points. They were using private use area code points, which did work quite well for their needs on a local set, in a local position, but it didn't give them a reliable way to store their text in a digital database, or to use their text, to use their language in email correspondence, in daily uses. So when I saw this article, I got in touch with the Nunavut-wide Language Center, Piravik, and they forwarded my email to Tamalik. Tamalik is a local or a native speaker of Natchalingmiutut, but she's also an expert in translation for all of the dialects of Nunavut. And Nilaulak was her mentor growing up and in learning to be a translator. So my email was forwarded to Tamalik, and she put me in touch with Nilaulak, who does not speak English or French. She only speaks Natchalingmiutut. So I had to work with Nilaulak and Tamalik, with Tamalik translating and relaying the information. And from there, Tamalik also connected me with Ilhapi and Atima Hadlari, who run Hadlari Consulting. And they were responsible for working with both Nilaulak, as I explained, and Tiro Typeworks to take Nilaulak's characters that she developed to represent these syllabics, or to represent these sounds, and then to develop tools, a keyboard and a font that they could use locally for the communities. So these are the 12 syllabic characters that were missing that we needed to propose. And so what we did is I began working very closely with Tamalik and Ilhapi and Atima and Ilalak in order to gather attestations. So here you see a list of the Nunavut, the typical text syllabic standard, or the standardized syllabic set for Nunavut, and you see that it's missing these 12 syllabic characters. For Natural this is their local chart. It includes these characters, which you can see here. These missing characters right here on the sh line and the h line. So the localized keyboard and font that was developed by Tiro provided a really great foundation, not only for giving the community something to use, but it also gave the community something to build materials with that they could develop attestations for. So this is Tamalik showing me a document here where she's using the localized tool. She experienced a lot of issues when she was working, for instance, on this large book, which was for a play of a traditional Naturalic traditional story, where she had a very hard time working with this tool because sending it back and forth to the typesetter caused a lot of issues because of the lack of a Unicode representation for these characters. So what we did was we gathered examples of handwriting, and we gathered letters from Tamalik and other authorities in the community, as well as gathering examples of the characters in use. So the dictionary for the Inuktitut region, also including Natural. And these are educational materials showing the characters in use. And we prepared our proposal to the Unicode standard, and it was accepted on the 6th of October 2020. And that was a huge step. What it meant is that now, as of September 14th, 2020, the characters will be available in the Unicode standard. However, that work is not the full work. We also have to continue working to get system-level revisions to the fonts that are available on the Mac OS, on Windows, as well as Android, as well as keyboard solutions that support. So we ended up with a UCAS Extended A encoding. So this is a sort of a roadmap to explain that you begin with community outreach, you create a proposal, you get your proposal accepted, that's great. However, your work's far from done. You have to then communicate with the font vendors, so Mac, Windows, Google for Android, develop keyboards, and then you try to prepare everything for the release of the Unicode standard, but often these two don't align. Okay, now the second effort that I'm going to move a bit quicker through was to develop a proposal that would correct the representative glyphs which were not correctly represented for the Dacath or carrier syllabics. These communities that use syllabics, they're the only Indigenous community in British Columbia that use syllabics, and they have a use of syllabics that goes back to the 1880s. And the language keepers that I worked with, Dennis Cumberland and Francois Prince, these are the key language keepers in the community who are trying to revive the use of their syllabics. So this was a carrier syllabics newspaper, this one in particular printed in 1891, which shows the accurate representation of the characters, as well as a grammar, or a book, printed as well as in the 1890s. Carved tombstones showing the correct use of the syllabics, as well as handwritten documents. And this is what was really the big problem going on. Because the Unicode standard in 1999 published the chart with characters such as this, you can see the difference here between these, the issue that was being faced was that these did not look like Dacaths or carrier syllabics, and it didn't read properly for the community. So there actually was a big barrier in readability, as well as the community prefers their final characters to be centered on from the top line to the base line, because their characters are following the square form style, they're unicase in height. This was the original one of the older Unicode code charts that was published that shows this issue. And you can see these issues, or you can see that at some point with the UCAS standard, there was an attempt to try to disunify carrier syllabics from the rest. There's no reason why these carrier-specific characters couldn't have been represented with these marks, but they obviously saw at some stage that there was a need for this, and so they provided that representation. There was also an issue with the correct orientation. You can see even in these historical documents, this document, an earlier document showing the syllabics chart with the orientation of this tlo character, and a later publication in the early 20th century that shows the character represented in the incorrect orientation. This is the correct orientation that the local language keepers Francois and Dennis confirmed that this character should take. So we went to revise that because the UCAS charts use this orientation, which would read incorrectly. It would inflect the wrong sound, vowel, syllable combination. So what we did was we proposed revisions to the character proportions, so you can see the difference here, revising them to be a full height or a square form position, which was critically important, as well as revising the orientation and proportion, and revising the vertical positioning of these finals characters. So this proposal was accepted in late July at UTC 168, and what it means is that these character revisions will be published in the code charts in Unicode version 15 in September 2020. So this is a big step for this community because it means that when they write an email, once they have a system level typeface that implements the correct character representations that are shown in the code charts, and Apple, Microsoft, and Android are able to then push those changes through in a new version, which can take some time. That means that these communities will be able to engage at a much deeper level with their language preservation and revitalization efforts, because they can use these characters in text messaging, email, and everyday uses in a reliable way where their language can be read accurately. So in preparing this proposal, we looked at these materials in order to present how the community is using them today, and pointing out the correct finals positioning, and then the final comprehensive. It was quite a comprehensive change to the carrier syllabics. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and I hope that I was able to shed some light on a process of going to the text standard level and how typeface design can have a social impact on Indigenous, or have a social impact on Indigenous language revitalization and preservation, but also just how typeface design can have a social impact in general by engaging with local users and trying to understand what their needs and preferences are. Thank you very much.